say, I want you to put all of this here. Similar deficiencies can all be on the same. And then send those all in, but in the meantime, here's what we're Pry it out of my hand.
That's so sketchy. You know,
I think somewhere they put. I think somewhere they were to put like fake skaters. This guy's pushing long. That kid's falling down. Pyramid. They were forced there, huh? A forced there? Trying to be all slimy.
He was sick of my
Like right when he fell, it was like
Yeah, he can bite me.
yeah, exactly. I feel like they cut it. And they also shoot it too. It's like that much better.
That's easy.
I don't understand. She told them to take it to stand. They were like, look at the top right.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Planning Commission for Tuesday, January 27th, 2015. We anticipate one more Planning Commissioner to be here shortly, but as we have a quorum, we're going to begin. Before we begin the meeting in earnest, if you would like to speak on any item on the agenda or not on the agenda, we ask that you fill out a green sheet. They're located up on the counter of the table by the door, and if you hand those to the staff, they will get their way out here, and we will call your name at the appropriate time. With that, let's rise and recite the pledge, please. It has been a departure. I don't know how many of you regularly attend planning commission meetings, but the last two have been packed. But thunderous pledge of allegiance we're hearing today. Staff, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Hernandez,
Present.
Commissioner Evans,
Here.
Commissioner Roman, absent, Commissioner Demond,
Here.
and Chairman Conrad.
I'm here. Thank you, Bridget. The first item on our agenda is the election of chair and vice chair. This was going to be on our last meeting, but we had one of our commissioners missing. He was unfortunately called away. We were going to proceed with the election. And for my part, I would like to thank my fellow commissioners, although only one of them who I've served with over the last few years is here tonight. But it has been an honor and a pleasure to serve as both chair and vice chair for the previous term. I would like to nominate Les Mann as our next chair.
I second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries 2-0. Any thoughts on vice chair?
Mr. Conroy, since you've been chair, kind of put you at the end of the line here, so I'm not going to nominate you. We also have two new commissioners that I think you might want to take a little time to get familiar with the process and so on. In my mind, there's one, Tom Roman, as a good candidate for the vice chairman, so I would like to nominate him, even though he's not here. Is that reasonable?
I think so. It's feasible, and I do believe he would accept the nomination. That nomination, I will second the nomination of Tom Roman as vice chair. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries 4-0. Of course, I guess I wasn't the one called up. Chair?
If you don't mind, I will remain as chair. I don't think it makes any difference short term. I too would like to commend our outgoing chair, Tom Conroy, for the job that he's done. So hopefully I can live up to the expectations and fulfill his shoes, even though his shoes are a lot bigger than mine. But at least hopefully I will at least try. So with that, we have the first item, the second item, third item is approval of the minutes of meeting December 9th and January 13th. Now, from what I understand, we don't have a quorum for the December 9th minutes, so we have to defer those, which leaves us approval for the January 13th minutes. So do I have any changes, corrections to those?
Through the chair, I would move that we approve the minutes for Tuesday, the minutes for the regular meeting on Tuesday, January 13th, 2015.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Okay, the next item is a planning manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Congratulations. Just to give you a quick update on some events coming forward the council and the planning commission. We did have our a work session today with our two council members to go over the housing element update. We thought that was a pretty productive meeting. We went over the background of the housing element. The new council people didn't get a chance to review that when it came through the review process like the previous planning commission and city council did. So that was conducted that meeting today. And as a follow-up, depending upon what kind of direction or questions we may have, we will tentatively target that for the March 17th or perhaps earlier council meeting for adoption based upon any feedback we may get from those two council members on the housing element. And then on February 3rd, we have a community development director hearing for 316 Spruce Street. And then also on February 3rd, we're going to have, the city council is going to hold a follow-up to the general plan study session. Some of you may recall the council didn't get, that item went longer than the hour that normally they normally spend and went into the actual council meeting again. So this meeting will be so that give the council an opportunity to discuss the general plan, some of their comments, and what their next steps are. So that'll be a continuation of the study session for the city council coming up on February 3rd. Excuse me. Then on February 10th, we're targeting, we distributed copies of the draft single-family residence design guidelines for your review. We're targeting that for the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. Also, on that meeting, we will be presenting the director is intending to approve a temporary use permit for the golf course tent at the Half Moon Bay Links Ritz Carlton Golf Course. And so our code requires that we read that into the record and give the Planning Commission a pre-review, and then if you'd like, you can bring that up in a subsequent meeting. But we will read that into the record also on February 10th. Then we're targeting for February 24th, the February 24th Planning Commission, kind of a minor project. It's an emergency water line on Main Street Bridge. That connects the north end of town to the south end of town. It's a Central Coast Water District high priority project. It's an interim step, and then the long-term project is to install a subterranean water line that crosses the creek below the creek. And then if we need to, we can have another meeting to discuss design guidelines on March 10th, the March 10th Planning Commission meeting. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions, Mr. Randall?
Through the chair. Here's just looking at the tracking report. The first two items, the zoning ordinance amendments for animal hospitals and the proposed text amendments to the A1 zoning district, both of them refer to discussions you're having with the Coastal Commission. I'm just curious what, especially in regards to the animal hospitals, what is the Coastal Commission looking for on that? I mean, all we did was add animal hospitals to a zoning description.
And they, to make a long story short, they asked for an analysis of impacts to coastal resources. We'd be happy to copy you with our response. And from our view, there weren't any analysis of impacts. And surprisingly, they asked us to also evaluate impacts to open space in the urban reserve zone, and we didn't amend that part of the ordinance to provide for animal hospitals. So that was a little confusing to us too. But I'd be happy to copy you on our response, give you some idea of the back and forth, the certification process that we go through.
I'm sure it's illuminating. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Randall? All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment. And with this section of the meeting is for people who would like to comment on any item that's not on the agenda. So if you would like to comment on something that's not on the agenda, please turn in the green sheet. We actually have 2 right now, 3. So I will call these people. When you get up to the podium, please state your name and your address. The first person is Hal Wagner.
Good evening, and congratulations on your ascending to the chair list. Gentlemen, I wanted, Hal Wagner, I live at Post Office Box 143. I wanted to raise an issue of process with respect to some things which go through administrative approval rather than coming before the Planning Commission. And I think something happened recently which illustrates, why sometimes things should not be approved administratively and head off a Planning Commission meeting. And it's something which I haven't discussed with either the applicant or any of the people who raised issues about the application. It was now under appeal to the Coastal Commission. But it's a house on the west side of the highway, which was approved by the planning director, or community development director, and is now being appealed to the Coastal Commission rather than appealed within the city, because if there's an appeals fee in the city, the Coastal Commission will take it directly rather than have the city hold a hearing first. If there's no appeals fee at the city level, I believe they force you to exhaust local hearings. But the issue here is, it seems to me that if something is raised that is going to go all the way to the Coastal Commission, it's much less expensive, it's much less wear and tear on everybody on all sides. At first, it's heard here, and I think that the city planning commission should be able to say anything that's on that list of things which the planning director, community development director is going to hear himself. It should be open for you guys to take off, that agenda or ask to be brought here next. Just the way things go past the city council on the consent agenda, anybody on the council can move to take it off the consent agenda and have it actually heard at a council meeting. This one in question is a merger of 2 lots, the replacement of a smaller house with a larger house, and it's something where neighbors have raised questions, and people outside of the neighborhood, but interested in the enforcement of Hampton Bay policies, have raised questions. I don't know, just who was motivated to appeal, but it just seems to me that when something is discussed here amongst you gentlemen who are, have a variety of expertise, experience, good judgment, and the community interest at heart, you can discuss things dispassionately and not, in the context of, I'm objecting to something you want to do, neighbor, future neighbor. And hard feelings can kind of develop as well as costs that don't need to happen. So I don't know if you can reach back to something which has already passed through the city and is on its way to the Coastal Commission, but I would urge you to both look at recent decisions and see if there's something which you think should be brought back here before it goes to the Coastal Commission, and whether the city is allowed to put it here before you. And I would urge you to urge the city council to adopt new procedures that would allow you in the future to be able to have a view of what is being approved or heard administratively, and be able to say, there are things here which we'd like to see discussed in our hearing. So that was all. I didn't want to get involved in the specifics of a particular project or any individuals, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monger. Bruce, for education for us, when you approve something administratively, is there a process that you go through just for quick education for us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer that. Yes, we send notices to everybody within 300 feet. We post a notice at the site, and we advertise in the newspaper about the public hearing. And that is an appeals process that people can avail themselves to if they choose to do so. That decision is appealable within the city. And then in that case, they did have the ability to appeal that to the Planning Commission. And then your decision, as you know, is appealable to the City Council. And their decision is in turn appealable to the Coastal Commission. We're not aware of any appeal that's been filed, but those are the protections that we afford in the hearing and review process.
Through the chair, my understanding is that for those types of appeals, citizens have to pay a fee to file an appeal if it doesn't go through the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, it is right now. It's our intent, though, to waive that fee from here on, but we haven't been able to do that yet, so that we make sure that people can exhaust their remedies within our community.
Okay.
And retain jurisdiction and have move it.
Thank you, Bruce. Next one, we have public comment, Alan Albano.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I'll take a second. I did have a chance at your last meeting to thank you for how you handled the Boys and Girls Gym project. I know it was a very large project and there were a lot of concerns, which I totally understand. But I thought what impressed me a lot was the fact that you did make the applicant come back with some of the smaller issues. You were able to give that back to the applicant and staff to work them out, and it really obviously is going to save that project a lot of time. So I know these are difficult projects, and there's a lot of concern that you do the right thing. But in retrospect, watching all of the input last time and the concerns, I think you did a really nice job with that, and I hope you continue with that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next item, or the next person wanting to speak is Pamela Fisher.
Hi, I'm Pamela Fisher, 659 Highland Avenue. This also relates to the topic that Alan was talking about. Again, remember, pro the project, great member of the Keep 'em Busy Club. I was a parent of 2 adolescent males. So believe me, I get what's needed in this community. However, once again, the CEQA exemption that was used, 15314, historically relates back to the creation. It was created for school districts, for mobile housing for students, it was not designed for an existing project like the gymnasium. And the only reason that it remains used by school districts throughout the state is that no one has sued yet. I don't believe we should have to be pushed to that extreme in this community. We need to be looking at what the resistance is to doing an environmental impact report that would have, in this case, looked at traffic mitigation issues. If that was done, and I guarantee you it would take no longer than the required Division of School Architects the submission of plans to DSA. It's not that lengthy, but there seems to be an historic resistance to any EIRs. An immediate CEQA exemption is always sought. And the other issue was, and as I had this conversation with Dante Hall, what probably should have been done in this instance is that Jim was planning in the plan for 20 years. Since the Cunha addition, the refurbishment and expansion of Cunha was also there for a lengthy period of time. And the planned upgrade of the soccer fields, expansion and upgrade, those all should have been submitted as a group for CEQA review. Then they would have been taken as a group to look at mitigation issues. Now, I'm not looking at saving creatures on asphalt. And I leave that to people who have more expertise than I do. However, part of the issue of CEQA is mitigation. And I think this community has run away from mitigation issues that can be resolved easily. I think this is a history of the no-growthers and the development, and I think this needs to be done with. You need to be looking at why there is a resistance to environmental impact reports. It could have dealt with traffic issues by all of those projects on the Cunha site. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now ready for the main items on the agenda, the public hearing items. And the first one up is BDP-078-14. Request for a coastal development permit, site and design permit and parking exception to allow the construction of a new permanent skateboard plaza and associated tree removal within an existing parking lot at 535 Kelly Avenue, APN-056-150-220, located in the public service zoning district. And Scott, I guess it's up to you to go to the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. As mentioned, this project involves the demolition of the existing parking lot on the north side of the Ted Adcock Community Center and construction of a new skateboard plaza and associated improvements, including new sidewalks, parking reconfiguration, tree replacement, landscaping, and fencing. This project started when Rocky Rayner of the Boys and Girls Club submitted an application back in October. Here's a vicinity map of the site and surrounding area, including the existing temporary skate plaza and the proposed site. The permits requested are a coastal development permit, since this would be considered development, site and design permit, and parking exception. Here's the existing survey, the proposed site plan showing the proposed skate park and parking, the new fence along the eastern boundary, the proposed tree replacement location and dumpster relocation. And the key issues with this project involve the conformance with the zoning code, conformance with the general plan and local coastal program, parking and circulation, tree replacement, and design compatibility. And I'd like to start off with talking a little bit about the parking exception, since the current community center requires 54 off-street parking spaces based on our parking code, based on the multi-use center room as well as the teen center. There are currently 39 off-street parking spaces available. This project would reduce it down to 30 spaces. And in regard to the parking exception, there are 4 separate parking lots existing on the site currently, which staff sees that as a practical difficulty in that access to the parking is slightly awkward. This would reduce it down to 2 parking lots. The new skate park would also reduce the amount of maintenance involved when compared to the existing skate park, the temporary wooden skate park. So staff is supportive of the parking exception, and the planning commission would need to concur with this analysis. In regard to the tree replacement, the project would remove 8 trees in order to allow for the new skate park to be constructed. And our code requires a 1-for-1 replacement. And as proposed currently, the new trees would be planted on the south side of the community center. Staff feels that the project is compatible with the site and complies with the zoning regulations. And as I mentioned earlier, the fence along the eastern boundary, as shown in the architectural rendering, would also include landscaping that would cover the fence and provide a more aesthetically pleasing background. The project, staff has determined that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to California Administrative Code 15311, construction or replacement of minor structures accessory to existing commercial, industrial, institutional facilities, including but not limited to small parking lots. Based on the analysis included in the staff report and with the approval of the parking exception, staff concludes that the proposed project is consistent with the zoning ordinance and general plan, and staff recommends approval of the requested permits. Also, an additional memorandum was forwarded to you that includes correspondence that was received by staff after the staff report was distributed. And with that, the applicant as well as the landscape architect, traffic consultant are all here to answer questions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions as well.
Scott, thank you. I guess, commissioners, we have any questions of Mr. Phillips?
Through the chair. Scott, the very last page of our packet is the project description that was provided by the applicant, I assume?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In the second to last paragraph, and I'll read from it, it says, non-skating improvements outside of the skate surface area include lighting for night skating and safety, security, barrier fencing, sidewalks, and parking. I don't see any mention of lighting on the drawings or in the staff report. And so I guess I'd like to be clear, is lighting proposed for the staff, or for the skate park?
Commissioner Conway, we did have some discussion with the applicants after the plans were finalized, and you are correct that lighting was not included in the scope of this project or the details that were submitted on the plans. And staff did have some discussion with the applicant on this, and it's been determined that at this time, based on the funds available, that lighting is going to be left out. And if in the future the applicant decides that lighting, and that they choose to install lighting, then a separate application would need to be submitted and reviewed at that time. But at this time, no lighting is proposed.
Thank you for that clarification. At this time, Mr. Chair, I think I'll hold my comments for questions from you.
Yeah, Scott, I have two questions. I guess they relate to the same thing. Since you note the current skate park, who actually owns that park? Who's responsible for maintenance? Who carries any liability associated with that skate park?
So you're referring to the existing temporary skate park?
Yes, the one on the south side of the county.
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that the Rio Unified School District owns that land and maintains it. But I would like to, the applicant would be able to answer that question with more depth than I could at this point.
Okay, I will ask that. Also, the second question that I had asked you is the proposed skate park. Will that remain city property, and who will hold the liability for accidents or anything on that property?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it will remain city property, and the city's liability insurance will be in effect for the new skate park. So that's, yeah, it will be covered under the city's liability insurance.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Phillips? All right, the next part is people that have asked to speak of the project, although I think it's usually a process is to ask the applicant if they would like to speak for the project. They can speak now, they can speak later, their choice.
I want to thank the commissioners for at least listening to us for a little while, and I want to thank everybody for showing up. This is really great. This is super. So I want to answer the question on the existing park. Originally, when the park was put in 1998, it was handled by the city. The city maintained the facility. I don't know exactly when it fell to the school district and to the Boys and Girls Club. The Boys and Girls Club is, for as long as I can remember, opens it every morning, opens it after school, they close it, they clean it, and they take care of it and maintain it. I would like to say 2.5 years ago, some alumni of the skateboard park in 1998 took 4 days, and they completely rebuilt all of those facilities that were out there. And in fact, some of them were here today who came and worked real hard and replaced all the wood, replaced things. So I think I want to say is the skating community, the kids who are in here, have done a fantastic job of keeping the skateboard park that should have only lasted 7 years, and it's lasted over 16 years. And it's because of them. You don't see graffiti, you don't see it busted up, you don't see trash, you don't see, these kids really enjoyed what we built for them. And they've maintained it, they've taken care of it. And I think this community, us, all of us here, owe it to these guys to give them a really good first-class skateboard park. They did a great job. And you and all of you here, all you kids, you should be very proud of yourselves for what you've done. I have a couple other things to say here. The incidents that have happened on that skateboard park in 16 years, I'm talking about illegal activities, you can put on one hand. There has never been a claim, ever, to the Boys and Girls Club, the school district, or to the city for injuries or any accidents on that park. And this facility that we're proposing to build is 100 times safer, better than the park that they've got now. And so I think that we owe it as a city to give them something that's safer and better. So real quick, I'd like to give you a little history for people who don't know. The skateboard park was presented to the Boys and Girls Club and to the school districts because there were skaters skating on Main Street, and the people on Main Street wanted someplace for the kids to go. And Naomi and Ed Watkins got together and they put this whole thing together, and I think I was told tonight it took them about 6 months to put that skateboard park together. Zach was part of it, the one who's designing the current park that we have. Zach told me today at dinner that park cost $63,000. And I think this town got a whole lot out of that $63,000, got 16 years out of it. So, and the community came together at that time, and I'd really like to see the community come together again and give these kids what they deserve. Do you have any questions for me, other than that?
Any questions for the applicant?
So right now, as the project is currently planned, you're not planning to use it in the evenings, it's only going to be during the day, is that correct?
That's not really true. The teen center is open until some period of time, and I'm sorry, till 7. The teen center is open till 7. The way that some of the fundies come into the city, we can't enclose the park, we can't close it anymore. I guess Scott will have to explain that a little bit more. So, but there won't be any lights. So technically or theoretically, the park will be closed when the teen center closes. Now, we know during the summer it'll be light until 9 o'clock or so, and I would suspect that the kids will be in there as long as there's light and we don't have lights. So they'll be there like they are today. They're in that skateboard park until 9 or 10 o'clock during the summer.
So there's no enclosure and there's no set time where you can actually close the park off?
No, there is a fence around the park, so when they're skating, the skateboards don't go off and to hit cars or go into the police station. We put up a sound wall for the church. But no, you're going to be able to walk into the park. There will be no closed gate per se. And it'll be by the Ted Adcock Center, the entrance there. I think it's on the map there. I think you can see how they walk by you see the fence go around, you can walk into that little walkway.
Okay, thank you.
There it is.
Remind me why, so now the skate park has a gate, is it used?
I don't know the reason why. I think it's because it's school property, I think. I'm not 100% sure, yeah. It's school property, so therefore it has to be closed. This is now city property, so it's a city park per se. So it's not going to be closed because it's a park. It's like Dutra Park or any of the other parks in town. They're going to be open.
So that's a requirement of
I think so. I'd have to let council.
I'm not completely aware of the city's policy on city parks and hours of operation. Sunset to sunrise, which is typical of most cities.
Well, I know that they close Poplar Street Beach. We fence off Poplar Street Beach, so is there...
At dusk.
And at dusk. Actually...
sorry.
Alex Dohiki, Deputy City Manager here for the city. So with the municipal code, I believe it is from sunrise to sunset regarding just park open and closure hours. That's what currently is on the municipal code. If I was staring, that's what I've read. So just want to put that statement out there. Now regarding to Poplar Beach, that's a parking lot. So that's a little different than it being the regular public park. And there is a walkway, so at Poplar Beach, if you look, there is a walkway going down to the right. That's open. Anyone can walk in there at any time. So that's just also one of the...
So would the Boys and Girls Club might be able to close?
I don't think so. I don't think it's our intention. We're here for the youth. Okay, we want a place for the youth to go. As you know, us who are older, we have things to do. We had activities, we had dances, we had things. We have done a very good job of making sure we have nothing for the kids to do at night around here. And the Boys and Girls Club, with the opening of the teen center, is doing the things that we're trying to do for the community, for the youth, is to give the youth something to do, other than just hanging out. So with the teen center, now with the Adcock Center, with the skateboard park, we have a place for the kids to go on a Friday, on a Saturday, and to hang out, because we don't have that in town here. And this is a bigger plan than just a skateboard park. This is about the kids in this community need something to do, and we're trying really hard to make that happen.
So is the purpose of not having lighting planned right now in this budget?
That's strictly budget. If I had the money, we would be here talking about lights.
And when you're in the construction phase of this, have you made plans to do at least the
Oh yeah,
rough capacity?
we're putting in the conduit. I've been trying to talk Zach into pulling the wire, because I think once we get the park up, I'll get the money to put the lights up. Because I think everybody just doesn't believe that this is going to really happen. But I think once we start breaking ground, I go around with my little handout and asking for money to put in the lights. I think the lights will come forth, and we'll be back to here asking for rent for the lights. It will be LED lighting, I guarantee you that. It'll be inexpensive.
More questions of Mr. Rayner?
Yeah, through the chair. I have some more technical questions on the drawings. Will we have the opportunity?
Zach's here to,
Okay.
and he's up now.
Well, let me ask you broadly. I didn't see on the drawings any trash receptacles. I didn't see any bike racks. And I think one of the things that was working in your favor, according to the traffic analysis, is that a lot of folks are going to be biking to the site. And was that just an oversight? Is that something that's planned? Because I don't see any reference to it. There aren't any benches or tables or anything like that.
The drawings are rushed to get it to you. And yes, there will be bicycle racks for sure, and I'll let Zach talk about that. Yes, of course there'll be trash receptacles, because the Boys and Girls Club has to clean that up every morning or every evening, so definitely we will always pick up trash, so of course there'll be trash. And I'm sorry they're not in the drawings, so I'll let Zach talk about that.
Okay, before we let you go, I want to talk about stormwater. Okay.
Yeah.
And I just, since you're the representative, I want to start this with you. This is a really big project, and it's over 12,000 square feet of new or replaced concrete. And for folks that don't know, once you get above 10,000 square feet of new or replaced paved surfaces, it kind of bumps you up into a different category, and you have to manage that water differently. I saw in the drawings that there is about 550 odd feet of biotreatment area proposed. And I admit I didn't go all the way down the C3 checklist to look at all the things that need to happen. But I don't know if you've had a chance to read the draft conditions of approval yet. But one of the conditions comes from the city engineer. And the conditions list a number of items that you must complete before your permit is even issued. But there's specifically an item that states that that an on-site detention of stormwater must be sized to hold a 10-year storm event for a duration of 2 hours. And in this area, that 10-year storm rate is 1.5 inches per hour. So that's 3 inches of water over this entire 12,000 square feet of paved surface. And that's a lot of water.
It is.
Quick math, it's about 22,000 gallons. I think about 20 cubic yards of water. And there's not, typically on a project, we can we can hide a dispersion tank in a planting area somewhere. There are ways to do that. But there isn't that capacity. I mean, you have this all blocked out. And I'm a little concerned that once you try to accommodate this detention tank, this metered release tank, that it's going to have some significant impact on the overall design. And this is not the time to design that, but it's going to have an effect. And I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that, or your team is aware of that, and if you've begun those steps to look at where this has to happen.
I'll let Zach talk about that, but yes, we have talked about it often. One of the reasons for the living wall, another place to dump water, to use water, besides the graffiti and everything else. But we have looked at that all the way through, but I'm going to let Zach talk about that, because that's his expertise.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we did have extensive conversations with the landscape architect on this particular subject. That we were very, very, rightfully so, concerned about stormwater regulations and changing the scope of the project. And I think the landscape architect has spent a substantial amount of time on this, and will have a response to that concern. So.
Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing it. I think the rest of my questions I will defer on for right now.
So would you like to have Zach come up and answer the rest of the questions?
Are there any other questions before we go to other? Scott, just the application. Obviously, we all know here this evening to this parking lot, and it has lights. Are these lights put in by the city that currently light the parking lot? Are they on all night? Is it at ADCOG? Is it the owner of Shoreline? How are those lights? I guess who keeps them on? Who keeps them off? And of course, the police substation has lights shining on their parking lot. And then maybe help me out on, because there's lighting there right now. Are these lights on all night, or they on and off? Help me out on that if you have an answer.
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's tied to the property owner, so that the city does maintain the lights within the city-owned property, excluding the sheriff's substation. So, and then Shoreline Station would be a responsibility of that third private property owner.
Thank you. All right, should we go on to the other people that are part of the project? Maybe we can go with the landscape architect or any of the other people that are responsible for the design. Maybe we can ask them questions. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Zach Wormhout, licensed landscape architect. I'm president of Wormhout Incorporated. We're a landscape architectural design firm based out of Santa Cruz, excuse me, California. I've had the good pleasure of working with the city of Half Moon Bay, trying to get skate parks in place for the community for almost 18 years now. We're very excited to be here before you tonight at this stage with this project. And maybe before I start answering questions for you, just to provide a little bit more detail and big picture overview of the proposed project. The design you see before you tonight is really the result of a whole lot of community interaction and input from the various stakeholders in the community. We conducted 2 public workshops in which we had high-level attendance and basically solicited input from all the people that attended what we would like to see included in this project. there's things you want us to head off that you think may be problematic, but specifically trying to target the user groups and make sure that what we're designing for them skate park wise is specifically what they need and want in a skate park. So we did a number of workshops where we brought back the design, refined the design, aimed for achieving community consensus for the design, and feel confident that that's where we're at now with the design we're presenting. The plans you have before you are not 100% complete, as you're pretty much well aware. What we were trying to do is get you as close to a full set as we could, but there are items within the construction documents that are not fully complete yet. Big picture description 2 here, just in case somehow it's overlooked, and we have a lot of people in the audience, so potentially to also advise them. Different from the existing modular temporary park, we are proposing what most people would refer to as a state-of-the-art, poured-in-place, custom concrete skate park. The intent with the structure is that it's a highly durable structure that shouldn't require the need for any ongoing structural maintenance. We will be including garbage cans, but maintenance should basically be limited to just that, the removal of trash and debris that might end up within the skate park facility. But on a structural level, there should never be the need for any types of repairs to the structure whatsoever. We've been working closely with a bunch of different consultants. One item we touched on is the living wall. We are working to mitigate potential acoustical impacts that could be traveling eastward to the adjacent properties. We don't believe that there's actually a significant impact that would be generated from this project, but nonetheless, we're putting a good faith effort to mitigate any potential sound that could have been developed or maybe perceived to be developed by the project. The living wall is exciting. We're not 100% sure exactly how it's going to unfold in the final details of it. We've included one set of details for you to look at. We have reason to believe those will probably be adjusted a little bit as we move forward. We are certainly well aware of the stormwater requirements that were part of the initial response and comments back from the city. We're pretty far along in responding to those, but we're not complete, similar to other parts of the plans that we're still working on. The intent is to fully comply with the requirements as they're set forth. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else big picture wise. Maybe I'll just leave it at that and be available to answer questions that you may have. Are there any questions?
I'd like to commend you for your design. It's a really nice one, but the question I had was that you spent a lot of time going through an analysis of the impact on the sound. Can you talk about that for a few minutes, what you did, the comparisons you did to look at how we've mitigated the sound and what impact you think it'll have for the community?
Absolutely, and for right out of the gates, as a clarification, my office did not spend any time analyzing sound. We're not acoustical engineers, and we don't claim to be. What we did do is we looked at a number of existing and previously prepared acoustical impact reports that have been prepared for similar projects. So by similar projects, I mean poured-in-place custom concrete skate parks of somewhat similar size. So the findings of those reports more or less consistently indicate that acoustical impacts or noise decibels generated by these types of projects are typically, the way they're technically measured is how will the acoustical levels generated by the proposed facility measure against the existing acoustical levels in the area to determine, therefore, if there are any new impacts or impacts that would potentially need to be mitigated or could be mitigated. In all of those studies, the findings are consistent that there are not significant impacts generated by concrete skate parks. Usually those studies are generated or developed or asked to be completed because of the perception that there is going to be a high level of noise with skate parks. And I should point out, as just an example, the modular park does have a high level of noise associated with it just due to the nature of the construction, wood box style ramps, essentially oversized drum sets. And so people are familiar with those types of facilities would be right to anticipate that there's noise generated that's pretty loud or substantial. With concrete skate parks, and due to the nature of the design where most of the structures exists below grade. Noise that is being generated is sort of self-mitigated by the structure itself. So we did not study anything specific to this project. We're not acoustical engineers. We included those reports as reference. If it came to it, certainly that's something that could potentially be required of this project. All that aside, the fence that we're proposing, the living wall, we have to build a new fence regardless for this project. So it just so happens to be similar to the type of fence that an acoustical engineer would recommend to mitigate sound. So I kind of went over that very quickly initially, but that's it.
Thank you.
I guess some sounds on the floor. Has anybody measured the sound of the old skate park, or in your opinion, is the sound from that equipment louder than what we should expect in this skate park, given the type of equipment, given the fact that there's only a chain link fence there? Could you care?
The facility types are just absolutely two different types of facilities, so it's not an apples to apple comparison in terms of sound that's generated from the two types of skate parks. The one being the wood, the sound levels are right out of the gates measure much higher than concrete facilities. Thank you.
Since I'm good, when somebody says through the chair, what does that mean?
Don't worry about it. Go ahead. Don't worry about it.
Great design. Really easy to read your plans. Everything's referenced really easily. Kind of curious. There's sort of this yellow thing in the corner that on the drawings looks like it's. So I'm a trampoline, so I'm not a skateboarder. I wish I had that facility when I was a kid. I'd be more of a skateboarder. Can you describe what is that yellow thing?
Yeah, and I apologize. My intent was to give you a bit of an overview, big picture, like what are we proposing to do here, and I kind of hit on some key points, but I also forgot some critical points. So what this skate park essentially is terrain that the skaters have asked to be included in the park that they like to skate. In broadest description, there's two categories. There's transition-based skating. That's more curvilinear forms. That is it. Am I good? Battery. So there's curvilinear forms, so that's pools, bones, quarter pipes, half pipes, those types of structures. That's sort of one category of skating. And then there's more urban street style skating elements, and that's everything from stairs, railings, ledges, banks, curbs, and on and on. Hand railings, literally hand railings that aren't to code. And that structure in the far left corner is a very unique feature. That's what skaters typically refer to, or the skate park industry, as an oververt feature. It's a cast in place shotcrete feature that is like a quarter pipe, but it kind of keeps going. In this particular case, the reason it's yellow in the shape that it is, it's actually a sliver of a moon. So there's a bit of theming involved with it there. I won't say whether that's a great thing or not. I'll just say that's what it is. The functionality is the driving force, so the form is following function on this particular feature. And then we do intend to use color throughout various parts of the park, the integral concrete color, like Davis color. So we really want to make the skate park something that looks really good. It's more than just a swath of concrete, more pavement in the community. It actually has a strong aesthetic appeal and artistic element.
So functionally, it's more than vertical. Some wild bully guy is going to go more than vertical on that.
Maybe just a cute little kid and not a wild woolly guy.
It's an incline that goes past first.
That's correct.
Ask them. They're all here.
I'm down. What would you do? What would you do on that?
What would you want, Ronnie?
Turn back on the floor?
Not very good at skating.
And land back on the concrete block?
Go really fast. Up the ramp and do a backflip on two.
He's a little too good to go there. We should not let him go.
The big thing with this park, so right
So
now,
it's just a kind of a safety question. I mean, turning kids past vertical.
that's pretty typical in most contemporary municipal skate parks. So
This is an element that's kind of a common element.
nope, it's 100. The entire design is unique and custom based on the public process that we did of soliciting input. That element, there's not another element that exists like it in the world. We use our expertise to know in advance that it's going to work. But it will be 100% unique and identifiable with the city of Half Moon Bay. Like I said, the form follows function with this 100% for all the elements in it. So, and I also should note that the idea here is this is going to be the only municipal skate park, public skate park for skaters at Half Moon Bay. So this skate park is intended to serve the very first time skaters, brand new skateboard day after Christmas. They will be able to come here and have safe places. It's designed in such a way that the traffic flows, the sight lines, the circulation is such that a first time skater can come here and have safe places to skate. But the most advanced skaters in the community, and there are quite a few, there's a huge, if you're not aware, Half Moon Bay has a reputation with a lot of high quality skaters here. So the most advanced skaters will have opportunities here. And the idea being that they'll be able to safely challenge themselves and be interested enough by the design to keep coming back over time.
I don't mean to have you misinterpret my question. I think the skate parks are great and great for kids. I'm just curious. So if could I see somewhere where there's a half pipe that goes past vertical like that?
Yeah, the easiest thing to do would just be type in skate park over vert. That's simple. Yeah. You're going to see a huge array. If you want more examples of this particular one, I can send you images from our renderings. No problem at all.
So is there an opportunity to have then like competitions in the skate park?
There certainly would be. We have it geared up that way. You could also run parks and recreation classes through it. You could do a whole lot of things. It's kind of geared up for that. But obviously that's up to the policy and operations of the city, how they want to operate the park.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good Chair. I want to talk about the green screen a little bit. I think it's really a cool idea. I've seen it done very successfully in different implementations in different places. They're not cheap, and it's not just cheap at the onset, but a green wall like that requires a lot more maintenance and regular upkeep. And so I don't want to be in the position of recommending where and how the Boys and Girls Club and the community spends their money, but I just, it stretches a very long way. It appears to stretch all the way behind the EdPAC Center. And I wonder, Mr. Rainer, you're welcome to jump in on this. It seems like some of that money might help out in some other areas.
That whole wall is being, oh, sorry. The Living Sound wall is really the idea of the Lions Club. And so the Lions Club is going to pay for the majority of the building of that and for the maintenance of that for the life of the park.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Morgan, I do want to say it's not often that we get a full set of plans from a landscape architect, so it is nice to see a complete and thorough set. Also often the landscape plans that we do get are a page or two. They're not quite as thorough. And the set was very clear. I think things were referenced really well. One question I had, and maybe because of some of the rush and the incompletion that you noted, is that it wasn't clear to me what the fence around the front and kind of around the back there was going to look like. There is an elevation of a fence, I think it's on page 6.5, but it wasn't clear to me if that's what was proposed for the perimeters of cross mesh with a 3-inch diameter.
So, what we're trying to do with the fence, the intent for it is twofold, actually multifold. Of course, we already touched on the fact that the fence doesn't secure the facility in the sense of keeping people in or out. That's not the functionality of any fencing that's being proposed with the project. The fence is actually, in this case, acting as a safety guardrail in the area where the fence is running parallel to the parking area. That area of the skate park is raised up about 2.5 feet, 3 feet. And so to prevent loose boards from going towards vehicles and or people, we're proposing basically that fence. And so it'd be an ornamental iron, probably black picket fence, essentially to match the existing substation fence, which will be modified as part of this project. So the existing fence that's right up here now, which currently has the hooks at the top of it, facing outward, where we're in the elevated condition, now those hooks are down towards head height. So that fence will be modified as part of this project, and we've been coordinating with the Sheriff's Department to figure out what's acceptable and how to go about that process. And then the design detailing of the guardrail fence will essentially be of the same style of the barrier fence that's out there now, but of course lower.
Well, I would encourage you, as you coordinate those final items, to remove the palisade element from the fence and keep off the vertical spikes, like is on this fence right here, because it's
yeah, that wouldn't be on the low of the guardrail fence. That fence is
I hope that's the case.
42 inches tall. No. Yeah, absolutely not. If we can do away with the other ones, we can do that too, but they're serving a purpose.
Sure. I hope you can, if you don't mind, elaborate a little bit more on your thought process behind the stormwater management, where you expect to locate that detention. It's going to be, I assume it's going to be under the pavement somewhere, but I noticed that your drainage details were a little incomplete as far as once the water hits that lowest point, where it goes from there. So.
Right. I don't believe we showed the entire layout for on the drainage plans, but there's areas where the water will sheet flow into biofiltration swales. So that's one area. Any storage is going to have to, there is no softscape area left. So ideally that would exist in a softscape area, but so it's going to have to be partially under paved concrete, or substantially, I should say. And it's not fully resolved. That's basically all I can say is we're working closely with the city to make sure that we comply and trying to work out the details of how we can do it, stay on budget, and because I mean it is a significant aspect of this project, and if we can't do it in a way that keeps the project on budget, then we're going to have to look at ways of pulling back on the project, and that's not what we want to do. So.
Okay. I understand that it's an item to be resolved, and I know in my experience I've seen dozens and dozens of different ways to manage this, so I'm sure that the project team can figure something out. I would just hope for the benefit of the users of the park that it's you're not having to locate manholes and access points and cleanouts all throughout the facility.
Absolutely, yeah. And we are too. We are too.
I think that's us. Sure.
Are there any other questions? Are there any other design type people that you'd like to bring up, Mr. Raymond, or?
No, we have the parking, the traffic, I'm sorry, we have the traffic people here if you have some questions for them.
Are there any questions? Please.
John Filchowski, DTS Associates. Thanks for having me back.
Welcome back. Thank you for your analysis. I went through and looked at this, and I noticed that in this project you included the library as an area of study for this plan. Can you walk me through the rationale for why you included the library?
Yes, and I want to be clear up front that while the library and the skate park are both included in the same report, they are treated completely separately. Number one, for the traffic impacts with trip generation, because the skate park is really just moving an existing use to another location with no real change to the existing traffic infrastructure. To explain, from mid-block on the south side to an entrance on mid-block on the north side. There are really no traffic, there's no changes to the trip distribution of the existing trips that are already being generated by that use. Now, the library has its own set of trip distribution, which is delineated, explained as library use. So in terms of trip distribution, in terms of impacts to traffic, those are completely separate. One has no generated trips and no changes to the trip distribution, and the other has an increase in land use and therefore trips and trip distribution associated with it. In terms of parking, the library has an existing parking lot and surrounding community parking, which can be used in terms of overflow. The skate park has the existing street nearby the existing park, and the proposed site has the existing parking lots with the changes to parking included in the project, so the reduction in spots. Any impacts to the parking due to the skate park are non-existent based on demand. Now, we looked at occupancy and we looked at what the change in demand for that new location would be. And as stated in the report, the existing spots in the location, even with reduced number, does not reach capacity. Now, the issues dealing with parking spots required for the existing use by the Half Moon Bay Code is a separate issue. But in terms of impacts generated by new trips caused by the skate park, there are none.
So in page, just so I understand this, on page 13 you have the existing conditions report, and then on page 17 you have the existing plus project conditions. So you've got sort of a current and then after statement. These both include the library in this analysis, or they do not include the library in this analysis?
They do include the library. So also in the description of the project, it states that there are no trips generated by the skate park. So in terms of traffic, in terms of trips generated, that is entirely the library.
So it's your expectation that with the new skate park, just as many people are going to use the new skate park as use the old skate park?
In terms of straight up land use, square footage, yes.
And is that based on actual use, or is it based on an engineering standard for the size of the land?
Engineering standard. Similar size land use.
So the only concern I have is the last time you were here, you told us you purposefully took the library out of the study for the gymnasium because the cumulative effect of including the library in the gymnasium project would cause a significant impact. And as a result of the gymnasium project that we've approved, plus the crosswalk, which was required as part of the previous process, we don't see that anywhere in any of this traffic analysis. So, you know, the one thing I hear from everybody, as much as we want a skate park and gymnasiums and libraries, is traffic, traffic, traffic. And so you've already told us that, well, what I understood from your testimony was that there would be a significant impact from the cumulative effects of these projects. And so can you comment on that and walk us through your analysis?
Absolutely. Just to clarify my statements at last meeting, it was not my intent to imply that the combined effect of those two projects would cause a significant impact. To clarify, what my intent, and I hope what I said, was that when you have separate projects, and these are indeed separate projects, the library, the gymnasium, and the skate park, when we look at traffic impacts, there are certain thresholds set for an individual project that state any effect on the surrounding infrastructure greater than this threshold is a significant impact. Now, what I said is the reason of splitting these up is that to look at multiple projects with the threshold that you would look at a single project is an irrelevant result because you're looking at a threshold for a single project, but then combining independent projects. Now, can I, one second. The other part of that, we all agree that with existing plus project, there's no impacts, there's no intersections operating above or below the standard. For cumulative, and this is an important point, when we look at cumulative, we're looking at 20, 25 years in the future. The cumulative year as stated is 2035, and actually Ed, there's 4 pages right below that. There's no change to this report, it just has a little bit better labeling. Just to remind that the cumulative year as defined is 2035.
I apologize for using the wrong technical term. I meant not the technical cumulative looking to the end of the project for 2035, but the reality of there are foreseeable projects within a 12-month period in the same area under the jurisdiction of 3 organizations that have joint operating responsibility or share responsibility or transferring liability to one another. And I'm new to this whole process, but my understanding is that's something that we should be taking a look at. And because if it has a significant impact on the traffic, collectively, then that's something that we need to take into account when we look at these projects, and it's something that perhaps we need to push back to city staff and do an initial analysis to determine if there's a problem. So I'm asking you for some guidance on this, and maybe Tom and Les and staff for some guidance on what we need to do to look at the collective impact of the traffic.
Sure. Just to, and I haven't studied actually collectively looking at all these projects because that's not sort of a standard procedure. But the existing plus project for independently the gymnasium and the library, and keeping in mind that we're not expecting any change in trips with the skate park. Individually, none of them have any intersections in the existing plus project scenario that are even close to the standards. So keep in mind that the percent of trips added is not that large compared to the existing traffic.
Based on an engineering standard as opposed to the actual use, which from what we've heard may or may not be greater than.
Are we talking, so which project specifically are you talking about?
Well, just even the skate park. I imagine most of the people here are planning to use the skate park much more vigorously, much more actively than the current skate park. And so I'm just trying to get an accurate understanding of what's going on.
Okay. Just once again, the standard procedure for analysis of land use is based on a square footage, it's based on expected use of that park.
Okay.
There's nothing in this project that would lead me to expect a radical departure from the expected trips.
So when I went through and looked at this, and I just did linear additions, I know traffic studies aren't linear, but it looked like in the original report for the gymnasium, the intersection went from a C to a D, and then if I just add up the change, it's still classified in that D. Do you have any indication as to, when you look at this collectively, do you have any instinct as to, is this going to fall into, an F in terms of, or an E in terms of? Okay.
Just on top of that too, when we look at land use, we look at peak periods. And just straight off the bat, we didn't look at the AM peak because both the gymnasium is under complete school use during the AM peak and the library isn't even open. And I'd expect that the skate park wouldn't be used too much because the students would all be in school. And then, right? And then the DM peak, we talk about, generally the PM peak is during the commute period, which is not necessarily the peak use for those individual uses, but we do have generated trips associated with peak period for adjacent street paths. So those are the values we use in the report. What I saw, we're only looking at a couple seconds increase in delay. Even adding that together, I'm not expecting that would be enough to push it to E, much less F. For my expertise.
Bruce, is there any requirement under CEQA or any other law that requires us to look at all these foreseeable projects collectively?
Well, I think Josh addressed it pretty well. The handout that he gave you folks, I think what Josh is saying is that included the 2035 traffic counts, included the ambient growth that was assumed from here on through 2035. So to a certain extent, I think what Josh is saying is it would be confounding the statistics if we were to peak each one of those uses when they've already been counted in the cumulative factor.
So they've all been counted in the cumulative.
Right.
To clarify, when you're looking at cumulative future scenario, the whole baseline of cumulative looks at a regional growth, a background growth to the area that's due to changes in land use, growth in development, commercial, all those things. So essentially, if we're looking at say the library project on top of the cumulative growth, that baseline cumulative really includes projects like the gymnasium, like the skate park, like any new development in the area. And vice versa, if you look at the gymnasium, the background cumulative would include the library, the skate park, any background growth. So if you were to say you want to look at cumulative plus the library plus the gymnasium, you'd essentially be double counting.
Okay, thank you.
Point of information. So a potential scenario, a year from now, we get the library project. Is this the same report, traffic report that we will see at that time? So does it in effect cover the library, should it come to pass, as well as the gymnasium and the skate park?
Generally, traffic counts are acceptable for 2 to 3 years. So nothing in this document necessarily would change if the library was funded and started in a year or so.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Commissioner Demand, I just wanted to clarify on the question earlier about park hours. The municipal code outlines a number of the city's designated parks. This project is not included on that list, and there would be no restrictions to limiting the hours of this project if the commission so desired.
Thank you. All right. I guess we have quite a few public comments on this, and I kind of hopefully shuffled this so it wasn't first in, first out, and so on. So please, when I call your name, please come up, make sure that the green light is on there, and please state your name and your address. First one is Alan O'Driscoll. I apologize if I pronounce the names wrong. So Alan O'Driscoll.
Yes, good evening, Commissioner. Thank you for hearing this project. I live in El Camino, California, and I just want to say, Rocky, you've done it again. You upstaged the soccer club. I'm with the soccer club and with the Boys and Girls Club, and Rocky and I have this friendly rivalry, and this is a beautiful project, and I can't believe I'm up here, Rocky, but we're going to have to support this one. And without taking a formal poll of the soccer club, I can tell you there's 200 families in the soccer club that would love to see this happen. We know what the Boys and Girls Club have done for soccer in the soccer complex. We know that the kids are pouring off the fields into the Boys and Girls Club. They're getting into the after-school program. They're doing their homework. Their grades are improving. And Rocky's constantly reminding me again that the surf club has a higher GPA than the soccer club, but we're coming up in the world. But it's a beautiful project. I can't wait to see it built. As far as the traffic goes, we took the chairman's, Mr. Conroy's words to heart when he talked about the bike rack. We're already talking to our 15 coaches about kids walking or riding their bikes to practice now to mitigate the trips and practice and ease up on any potential traffic impacts. And I know that's something we can do. We have a lot of local kids there at the soccer field. So we are thinking about these things. These are good suggestions. And we're more than happy to share the parking lot on the south side with the solar panels as well. So the soccer club and myself fully endorse this project, and I hope we approve it tonight. Thank you very much.
I'll read two at a time so people can be ready. The next one is Jake Hessen, followed by Pamela Fisher. Jake, what? Okay. Jake? Okay.
Pamela Fisher, 659 Highland Ave, Half Moon Bay. All I want to say is that last conversation about traffic really didn't need to take place here and now. Had CEQA been accomplished several years back in terms of looking at potential mitigation. That is why the California Environmental Quality Act was created, to look at projects on sites in total, so these issues can be dealt with before the project gets started. Anyway, technical issue, I am for the skate park. I think it is a great idea. I think that as a member of the Mothers Club of Keep Them Busy and finding positive things for them to do, I'm thrilled. I promised someone who could not come that I would mention issues regarding Pillarcitos Creek and the upland foraging aspects of Pillarcitos Creek. It's not just that it's 100 feet away from Pillarcitos Creek, but this is an ESHA. And so then in Chapter 3 of the LCP, there are 5 and 10 policies so that it addressing developed site and design to maintain or protect ESHA. Now, these questions could have been answered if an EIR had been done, which wouldn't have taken that long. The only other suggestion I might have, and I think the Lions Club needs tremendous commendation, I've wanted a living wall in my house for years. They're wonderful, and I also appreciate them being generous with their funds. I'm going to go back and talk about CEQA again, and I hope to not bore the audience, but the reason that we have problems with this is that the CEQA exemption is section 15311, accessory structures. Let me read it to you. Construction or placement of minor structures accessory to existing commercial, industrial, or institutional facilities, including but not limited to, listen to the type of structures, on-premise signs, small parking lots, placement of seasonal or temporary use items such as lifeguard towers, mobile food units, portable restrooms, or similar terms in ... This has nothing to do with this project. So it's not that I don't support the project, I'm just tired of the CEQA process being skirted, and by the use of these exemptions that in no way relate to the project. So again, on technical issues, I have a problem. And basically, it could be solved by an EIR. I want the project to go through, but you know what? It's not about popularity, it's about the law. The issue of lighting being removed right now cuts back half my comments. Having been exposed to light standards, destruction of buffers in the Highland Park neighborhood, lighting is a big issue. I know that in the winter months that it would, generally cut short the time. So those issues, I said, there's not enough detail in here to approve lighting, but I will believe that this will be discussed at a later time and in depth, whether they are protected, the lights are coned, that they are not going to shine inappropriately into, people's homes or whatever. Right, there are no homes, just a church. But there is Florecitos Creek, and that does, I can't argue, you live on the coast side, you live in an environmentally protected area, and it's the law. That's all I can say. So these things do need to be addressed, and I'm sure they can be addressed and this park be built. So the lighting issue. I just want to also talk about the sound, and perhaps some ideas about providing more of a buffer on the side for Florecitos Creek. You know where I live, behind the high school, and when the way it's described, that the result of riders hitting the nose or tail on a hard surface creates a sound that one might compare to the short, instantaneous sound of the baseball bat makes. Well, let me tell you, on the far side of Highland Ave, it lives a 2-year-old who every time he hears that bat in the batting cage at the far end of the field, of baseball field, he demands to go watch the new boys play. So sound travels, okay, and it's a concern. Don't get me wrong, guys, I am very much...
Please.
Stop.
Please.
Inappropriate. I'm for this project.
Can you please
wrap it up? Yeah, no, I'll be happy to. Another thing is the gliding, the sliding, grading metal. These are issues that need to be addressed in terms of the sound engineering. They can be addressed. Don't worry, you're gonna get your skate park. It's just we've been too long dealing with issues of skirting the California Environmental Quality Act that is meant to deal with these issues before these projects hit the Planning Commission. So it's a technical, legal issue. I want to see the park built for you. I want you busy. I want you out of trouble and helping each other.
Thank you for your comments.
Wait, safety equipment is another issue. I'm just questioning whether anybody had addressed that issue and what they're required to wear.
Please.
That's it.
Thank you very much for your
You're
comments.
welcome.
Bruce, at least one of the issues, tell us with relation to Florecitos Creek, any buffer zones or anything like that may or may not be an issue for this project.
No, Mr. Chair, there isn't. It's over 100 feet away. Furthermore, in regard to the last speaker, part of the California Environmental Quality Act specifically calls for statutory and categorical exemptions. This is part of the California Environmental Quality Act, and these exemptions are specifically crafted for these kinds of activities. Maybe Lauren can jump in here anytime. I've responded to this before. This is a categorically exempt project. This is not one of these cases where it's, in our opinion, even questionable.
Thank you, Bruce. Next one is Tim West, and that's followed by Mac Wakasa.
Hi, thanks for having me. Tim West, 20 Avenue, Portola, El Granada. I grew up on the coast my whole life. Love this place. I love skateboarding. I love surfing. It's kind of like what I live for. That being said, I've always been encouraging that on the community. And when I was younger, we didn't have anything to skate. We skated straw flower, and there was this long curve that was like 30 feet long, and we grinded it till it was a nub, I swear. And that was pretty much, we were right in front of traffic at Safeway in between Walgreens and Safeway. So we were in front of cars, and sometimes cars got hit by the skateboards or the skaters. And I think that kind of got the new park going. And, I was 17, the talks have been happening, I was like 16, 17. And I just got fired up on it. It kept me out of trouble. It kept me on the straight and narrow, I'm in a safe place right next to the station right here. It's like a win-win for the kids, a win-win for the parents, because they can get dropped off and be safe there. And I just wanted to say thank you to Rocky and Zach especially, because they put a lot of effort into it.
I'm Mark Picasso, 70 Bernal in Moss Beach. And I just want to speak for adults. I think it's for the kids we're talking about, but as well as adults like myself. And I grew up over the hill playing team sports and just studying. And then at 36, I started skating. And skating is it's amazing. It's art, it's beauty. It's not about winning or losing. And it's something you could do a lifetime. And I think it sort of reflects this community as well. Having gone working in the city and grown up over the hill, the thing we love, and I love about this place, is that there's a little bohemian quality, and skateboarding is that. So I just want to really support this place and this project. I think it's a great idea, and as well, my 8-year-old daughter has her Star of the Week, as you guys sort of may know, this week. And her goal is to become a professional skateboarder, so she needs a great partner. Thank you.
Next we have, sorry, pronunciation is Zach Wassenhut, followed by Nancy Fura. Okay, so Zach.
This one here, that's not about the skate park, unless you're looking at something else.
Okay, is Zach here? Okay, Zach's not here. Followed by Anthony Basso. Anthony. Naomi Patrick, followed by G. Papua.
Good evening, Commissioners. As Rocky indicated, Ed and I are the ones that started the skateboard park back in 1998, and it was not this long of a process. I just want to encourage the Commission to really look at this park as something that is really a replacement of elements that really need to be replaced. And luckily, we were able to, work collaboratively with the city, with the school district, and with Boys and Girls Club. They teach you in government that you need to collaborate and work together to get projects done. And this is what I think should be really praised with this community, because that's what they're doing. And with Ms. Fisher saying that all these projects should have gone through EIR and CEQA, well, let me tell you, a lot of these traffic reports and things have been combined. And if you really don't understand or look at the cumulative traffic reports, and especially if you knew that those numbers are all included in those reports already. So I just think that a lot of things are being done, and I think we need to accept the fact that people are doing what they are. They are listening to city staff saying, you are exempt. If they weren't exempt, they would have gone through the process. So I just encourage you to please move ahead with this project. A lot of time and effort has been put forward, and all these young kids have been here really looking forward to getting to that skateboard park. When Ed and I built that back in 1998, we said this was a temporary site. We didn't know how long those elements were going to last. It was just like this police department was temporary. And temporary in the city of Half Moon Bay is 28 to 50 years. So I just want this to be built for the kids. Thank you.
G. Padua.
inspired a bunch of people to go out and become traffic engineers and landscape architects.
All right, next we have Alan Alfano, and followed by Harvey Rarback.
Again, good evening, commissioners and staff. I want to commend the applicant for the huge amount of work that it's taken to get it to this point. This isn't an inexpensive project. It's very time-consuming and very expensive. But just like the gymnasium and the library and the skate park, these all revolve around one thing, and that's the youth of our community. If you go back about 4 years ago, we had a shooting in town. And people got very alarmed, and we had a community meeting with the sheriff next door at Ted Adcock. I think we had several hundred people there. Well, one of the things the sheriff's gang task force said to everybody that night was, keep your youth busy. Busy kids, active kids don't have time to join gangs. And I think that's what you're seeing now, is you're finally seeing the culmination of a lot of work and huge amounts, sums of money for these projects to keep our kids busy. So yes, there might be a little issues here with a bike rack there, or possibly the exact amount of water retention, but we can work these out. And that's the key tonight, is to find solutions to move this forward. And again, I think it's an important point to make. Staff and the applicant spent a lot of time and money with experts talking about CEQA and what qualifies for negative declaration. But along with that, as Naomi said, there's still certain studies that are done, like traffic, that these kind of things do affect. And the second thing is, when you look at two projects, one replacing another, and the sound that comes out of the wooden structure compared to what will happen with the concrete structure, it's going to be significantly less. And I love having the skate park right next to the sheriff's station. It couldn't be in a better location. So again, thank you for your time in this, and I'm hoping that we're going to see this moving forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. Harvey Rarback, 464 Pine Avenue. I'm a director on the Coastside Fire Protection District, but I'm speaking as a private individual. I'm not against children. I think a skate park is a great idea, but I don't think that the CEQA exemption makes any sense for this project. The CEQA exemption is done under something called accessory structures. And as Commissioner Conway has said, this is not a small project. It is a very large project. It's not an accessory structure. It needs to go through CEQA review. If CEQA review says that it's fine as is, that's good. If they want to mitigate some of the problems, that's also good. I'll give you just a few possible things. I'm not an expert on CEQA, but things that should be considered are the lighting. Is the plan yes, no? It's a very big deal if it's going to impact the nearby environment. Is the upland ESHA going to be affected by this? Perhaps. Is the noise going to upset the endangered wildlife? Perhaps. These are things that CEQA is designed to determine. And to say that this is categorically exempt, in my opinion, is just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other green sheets, I think we'll bring this back to the commissioners for review, discussion. So I guess it's back to the floor. Who wants to start it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a couple of specific items that we need to approve here. We need to approve coastal development area, site design, which is essentially our architectural review, and a parking exception. Those are the big three. We want to review them in order. Parking, start with parking. Any particular issues? Any particular objections or thoughts on granting the parking exemption for, essentially granting the parking exemption for the AdCom facility, not necessarily for the skate park. I don't know. Frankly, I don't see any I don't have any strong objection to it, but I'd like to see what our consensus is.
I don't have any strong objection or concern about the parking. The only thing that comes up is when the Ted Adcock Center is used for night events, like city council meetings or planning commission meetings, probably for the library. What are we going to do about parking in that situation? Are we going to have limited hours for the skate park when there are events going on? Question.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a valid concern. Does staff know, does the city have a shared parking agreement with the adjacent owner?
Not to our knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, whether there's a shared parking agreement or not, there's very certainly shared parking. I think half of everybody's parked over there anyway. Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at the findings and evidence presented within our resolution here, I don't see anything that I really object to there, so I don't have any issues with that. One thing I look like, you want to talk about parking?
Well, I mean, we're still parking, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep on.
Well, you know, one thing that concerns me a bit is the trees, because we're removing 8 heritage trees, but we're removing many more trees than just 8 heritage trees. And I appreciate the efforts that
you want to provide trees separately? Do that as I think one of the conditions here. So my question is, are we talking about parking lot or parking, or talking about trees? Because I think that thinking about parking, or everyone's thinking about parking. So perhaps let's.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I thought nobody wants to talk about parking, but then we're all wrapping it up.
Let's cover parking first.
It seems like the parking between the public facilities here and the private facilities of Shoreline Station are kind of complementary. When the Ted Adcock Center is a few times a year that it's vibrant, everything over there is kind of closed. And I don't hear anyone from that ownership complaining about any of this, so I don't see why it's, for me personally, I don't see any issue.
Yeah, I guess I add my 2 cents. Certainly the Ted Adcock, the skate park, and certainly the Shoreline Station is adjacent to Kelly Avenue, and certainly Kelly Avenue as well as Church Street offers a lot of extra parking, at least for most of the year. So therefore, I think the issue of losing 9 parking spaces, or losing 9, I'm not sure exactly how many, should not create any significant burden. So I agree with my fellow commissioners that the parking exemption should be granted and that it's not an issue. So I'll check parking off. We're all okay tonight. All right.
Sorry for jumping the gun. So let's talk about the trees. I appreciate that the applicant has proposed space for locating new trees on the south side of the Adcock Center. It's essentially the only place where we can put trees. I'm a little concerned that they're going there only because that's the only place they can go on the site. You know, in Half Moon Bay, that southern sun can be nice. sometimes, and we're putting 8 trees on the south side of the building. It just kind of seems to be an afterthought that may have consequences that down the road we're going to end up taking these out because they're shading the room or they're all kind of crammed together in this corner. And I was curious, since this is a city-owned lot, city-owned facility, if the opportunity exists for the replacement trees or some of the replacement trees to be installed on city property off-site. I can think of a number of places on Main Street where over the last few years trees have died. I think right in front of La Piazza, the tree fell over a couple of years ago. I know it was about 4 or 5 years ago when the sidewalks were redone in town. There were a number of places where the city really had the foresight to create knockouts for future street trees when funds or the opportunity became available. And I wonder if it may not be a more effective use of the replacement trees. And it may be a better move overall for our community to locate a portion of these replacement trees on where they're more needed on Main Street. I certainly would like to hear the applicant's thoughts on that, but I'd also like to know what the...
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer on behalf of staff. Since it is a public project, we wouldn't have any objections to you having a requirement elsewhere in the community where they may be, utilized more effectively. Absolutely. So if that was the, with pleasure of the planning commissioners, we wouldn't have any objections.
Commissioner Hernandez?
No, I share your concern. I mean, if you're getting rid of the sun from the skate park might not be as enjoyable. Our Half Moon Bay weather. So I'd like to see the trees put someplace where the community can enjoy them and see them, and it adds to the character of the city. I don't think they do as much in the current location, but I would like to make sure they actually get planted. And if we make that recommendation, they get planted when the park opens or before the park opens as part of the project.
Would that present any issues to city staff trying to ascertain or find locations of these? I mean, I'm just thinking, practically.
I was just thinking we could modify this condition, recommending, requiring the applicant to provide details of the 8 replacement trees, insert the words elsewhere in the community, on the subject to the approval of the demolition or building permit plans. And so that means before we'd issue a building permit, they would need to submit plans for review and approval of the community development director for the replacement trees elsewhere in the community.
It's going to be hard to then with keeping this up.
I think we could work with, the staff, we'd be happy to work with them to identify places with our superintendent, yeah.
Alex Kojiki again, just on behalf of Public Works, but I also oversee the maintenance division over there. I think that we can do a quick assessment of suggested locations throughout the community or on city property owned throughout the community where we can put those trees.
So we're talking about the redwood trees. They're not, and I agree with Commissioner Conroy that shading the Adcock Center on the south is a mistake from the heat gain from the sun. It's ironic that I'm older than heritage trees. I've started planted.
Okay, so we, from what I gathered, you were in agreement that we need to make sure there's a condition in that the details of the replacement trees be part of the building permit. All right, so we're okay on that. And the next item?
would be the architectural site and design review, which is pretty cool. That's not a technical finding, but you know, I mean, there's not a lot of context for a skate park necessarily, but you know, in my reading of the plans and the documentation, it certainly fits. It's you know, its intended use certainly fits the site in a way that the current facility probably doesn't. Really, I don't have any objections to the site and design review. I would, even though the applicant has mentioned as much, I would like to see a condition added specific to bike racks and trash facilities, trash cans. I know it's going to happen, but it's really got to happen. And so I think it's something that should be part of the conditions of approval.
I thought in the general conditions, almost everything that I've seen, there's something about trash, hazardous waste, equipment, and so on. Scott, can you maybe amplify on the...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to. So we did add an additional condition of approval, number 3, requiring the recycling and trash enclosure detail be included with the building permit. But we could also add language to that particular condition, requiring the applicant to work with staff on locating actual trash bins and bike racks with the building permit lines.
Thank you.
I don't know how you guys feel about that. I think it's important.
This is a skate park. Most people, the plans call for people to bike there as part of the traffic plan, so I think it can make sense. Or skate there.
So on the conditions and on the findings on the staff report there, it's just a technical question for the staff where it says architectural site and design findings. It seems like condition number 5 or paragraph number 5 and paragraph number 8 are the same. They're the same statement. So is that it's kind of like a typo?
Yes, that's correct. It was just a typo, and that number 8 will be struck for the final resolution.
So is this just a list of standard conditions, a template that?
Standard findings, that's correct.
And just to the applicant, it's a great park.
Oh, thank you.
A lot of work.
And the kids, they all designed it.
All right, are there any other issues, things we have to agree on, or any other areas where there's potential disagreement, or things that we should add or should talk about, or any other comments that any committee wants to make on the project?
Are you satisfied? You're the landscape architect. Are you satisfied with the holding tank?
I am satisfied that the applicant is prepared to address it and that they are aware of what is required. And, you know, I think it's a condition. They have to do this. This is something they have to do. I am satisfied that they are going to do it in a way that is that meets the requirement, but is also sensitive to the overall design of the park. I mean, it's not in the applicant's interest to have manholes or clean outs that people need to roll over. So, I mean, I know I made a big deal out of it because it is literally a very big deal. But practically, I think there are solutions that will allow my concern to be addressed appropriately. Yeah, I mean, on the whole, I think this is a neat project. I'm excited to see it. I'm really excited to see them shotcrete that moon hook. It'd be terrifying to watch them go up and watch it get built.
So the only other question is the lighting came up. Is that something that would come back to the planning commission if they wanted to modify the lighting?
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding, is that right?
It's not part of the project as of now, but it could.
Yes, we'd bring it back. Get back.
Okay. Anybody wants to say anything else? I certainly think it's an exciting project. Sure, it's a lot better than the one across the street, and I think that's a positive. I'd rather see a skate park than a parking lot, which is what we have out there. Number two, I think it's fantastic that it's right near the police station. And anything to keep kids off the street and hopefully safe, and hopefully parents knowing where their kids are. I think that's something that we ought to strive for. So it's certainly a project that I think is beneficial to the town. And I certainly want to commend Boys and Girls Club and other people that are involved in this project. I think it's highly positive. So that's my view. And if there are no other comments, I think we're in a position for somebody to make a motion.
If you don't mind, since I was the chair last year, I haven't made a motion in over a year. So I'm sure I remember how to do this. I would like to move staff's recommendation to specifically approve PDP 078-14, which is an application for a coastal development permit, site design permit, and off-street parking exemption based upon the findings and evidence contained in Exhibit A and subject to the conditions of approval contained in Exhibit B, with the added conditions relating to the tree replacement and the trash cans and bike racks as previously discussed.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All of those in favor, please roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Evans,
Yes.
Commissioner Conroy,
Yes.
and Chairman Demond.
Yes. 5-minute break.
Oh, I see. That's how it is. Oh, that's cool. Oh, so it is pretty safe.
It looks like
It's like a
with a lemon wedge.
Yeah, lemon
wedge with the end of the town.
Yeah, right?
That you
Yeah.
can actually
Where
ride.
James Ford's is supposed to do that PUD project there, right? Or whatever, commercial deal or whatever. They could put they could put trees right here. Why don't they put some trees right here?
The problem is that you got leaves and it is a problem.
They could put the bike stuff right there.
So it's kind of
What I'm looking for is the benches at the Lions Club. So we're doing this. We're donating money to that, and then we're putting benches. We're gonna do like a bench area. We got them from the county, and the county's like, they never got back to us. We're like, we'll give it to the right? They'll benefit. So, good to see it.
There's other people here that I never learned that. Yeah, that's why we're dotting every I and crossing every No fighting, ladies. I gotta go. My wife's waiting.
All right, people, I think we're ready to reconvene the meeting. So all people that are not here for the next item of the agenda, please will refrain. All right, the next item on our agenda, EDP-056-14, your request for a coastal development permit, use permit, site and design permit, tentative parcel map, and tentative parcel map extensions for lot size and lot width to allow the construction of a new 4-unit mixed-use development, 1-story commercial, 2nd-story residential, 501 Church Street, APN 056-171-1220, located in the commercial downtown zoning district, and the project planner is Todd Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. This project, as you mentioned, involves a mixed residential commercial use project on corner of Kelly Avenue and Church Street on what's a vacant lot. And this project started back in August when Cameron Jeffs, the applicant, submitted an application. And here is a vicinity map showing the site surrounding area. As you mentioned, the permits requested include both coastal development permit, use permit, site design, subdivision exception for lot size and lot width, as well as a tentative parcel map. Here is the proposed site plan showing the the subdivided parcel, as well as the 2 new buildings, parking, and landscaping on the site. Here is a architectural rendering of the elevation facing Kelly Avenue, and then also the revised elevation facing Church Street, and elevation facing the parking lot. Floor plan, the commercial and garage parking on the left, as well as the second-story residential on the right. So the key issues with this project are the conformance with the zoning code, general plan, local coastal program, land use compliance, design compatibility, and conformance with the subdivision ordinance. The key issue that I'd like to start off with is the requested exception. And now, this property in particular is slightly larger than the ones in the area, which we find to be a special circumstance that would essentially, in regard to what's allowed by the zoning ordinance, would only allow 2 parcels. And what the applicant is asking for is 2 parcels at 5,000 square feet. What the applicant is asking for is 4 parcels at roughly 2,500 square feet. And staff is supportive of this in that the proposed project would provide for high density, mixed use, commercial residential within the downtown area that we feel is compatible with the land uses that currently exist in downtown. Additionally, as I mentioned, the west elevation, initially we felt that the elevation was lacking compared to the elevation that faces Kelly Avenue. The condition of approval has been added, requesting additional architectural elements to be added to that. And the applicant has provided that prior to the meeting, and that's what I've shown here. So the additional elements that he's proposing now on the west elevation. In regard to CEQA, the project is categorically exempt pursuant to California Administrative Code 15303B. And I'd like to state for the record that within the findings for the environmental determination, we do reference code 15311, and that should be 15303. Additionally, Exhibit A refers to the PS zoning districts instead of the CD. With that, the staff would like to point out that the Planning Commission would need to evaluate the requested exception that's been asked for and determine that they're supportive of that before moving forward with the tentative parcel map, as well as coastal development permit, use permit, and site design. If the Planning Commission is supportive of that, we recommend approval as stated in the Exhibit A and B of the proposed resolution. The applicant is here. He's able to ask or answer any questions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions as well.
Are there any questions of Scott?
Thank you, Chair. Scott, the applicant is requesting a subdivision exception. I'm trying to understand it, and maybe Mr. Jeff can answer this when he steps up to the podium. If the subdivision exception is not granted, is the applicant restricted on the number of units he can put? I mean, is he dividing it into 4 lots so that he can have 4 units?
he's not necessarily limited on the number of units, but he would be limited on the size and width of the parcel that he's looking to create, or parcels. So meaning that he has, the subject property has a little over 10,000 square feet. Per our zoning code, minimum lot size is 5,000 square feet for the CD zoning district.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, an exception for lot size and width is required prior to moving forward with a parcel map. Parcel map.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I understand why he's looking for a subdivision exception, because he wants to reduce, he wants smaller lots than what the code technically allows. I'm just wondering if he only had, let's say he was only looking for, he wasn't looking for the exception, could he still have the same arrangement of 2 structures, 2 single-family units, and 2 commercial structures per building?
I'd be happy to answer that. The answer is yes. You could have apartments, not just separate lots. So you could have 2 apartments.
Thank you. No other questions?
So in addition to the subdivision or the lot, can you enumerate the other exceptions and why? Or was that the only one?
So for the lot size and an exception for the lot width. So
When this project's completed, the sidewalk's going to be standard size sidewalk?
yes, that's correct. So the applicant would be required to submit an encroachment permit and along with the building permit, and inspections would take place to make sure that the sidewalk is built to city standards.
And that's inclusive of the landscaping that's in these drawings?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're just talking about the subdivision right now. In the report, it makes reference to that there's other small lots like this in the area. And do you have, is there a map that shows parcels that are only 2,500 square feet in the downtown area? I'm not making a judgment. I'm just asking this.
There are parcels that do exist that are similar in size to what the applicant is proposing.
And where are those located?
Included with the aerial photo that was figure 1 within the staff report, there are at least 2 that I see on the aerial photo itself, and there are others within downtown that are a similar size and width to what the applicant is requesting.
25 foot wide.
Yes.
And they're on this.
Yes, 2 in particular. One is almost directly across from City Hall. It is a commercial location.
Would be the location of the Pescanera 2 store.
Just as one example.
So Scott, just one question for you. This building looks like it's in keeping with the buildings on Main Street in terms of design and the footprint relative to the sidewalk, the setbacks and so forth. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, absolutely. And within the CD zoning district, 0 lot line is allowed, meaning the building could be built all the way up to the property line. And on the west elevation, west and from the north elevation, that is what the applicant is proposing. On the east elevation, there is an easement there, and therefore he's set the building back 4 feet from the property line. But yes, it is in similar placement and setback to other buildings within the downtown. So.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Phillips before we ask the applicant to speak? All right, applicant is Stonehaven Investment Management.
Just push.
I can't figure out how to make these things work either. That's what's good. Sorry, Richard. Sorry, Richard.
It's okay. I like to give mine up.
Yeah. Oh, it's all working too. Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Cameron Jeffs. I actually reside at 311 Church Street and in Half Moon Bay, and I am the Vice President of Gibraltar Capital, which is the managing partner of Stonehaven Investment Management, and we are pursuing this project. This is our proposal. So I have a brief overview, and then I'll get into some questions. Is that okay? So I'll just get into kind of just the project background, and then just what some of the items that it looks like some of the questions are already coming up that I can address. So hopefully address some of them, and then after we'll answer your comments. Okay, Scott, go ahead. Okay, so 501 Church, I think it's one of the last infill lots in the downtown core district. Previously, I think it was in 2008 or 2009, the Carnoustie development, the last phase of the Ocean Colony development, was proposing to do, actually I think they got approved, if I'm not mistaken, for a 10-unit multifamily project on that site. It was also including the 15,000 square feet, the other lot adjacent, which was now a new single-family home south of the site. And so that never happened. We bought it and from the previous owner, and we've been here before. We're a local developer, builder, and in real estate. And we've done many projects, and we're in the midst of doing about 4 right now here in town. So either we built them or we're in the planning stages of some. So next slide, please. So the project summary, yes, I call the site 10,000 square feet plus or minus. You can, obviously it's a little bit more. We're focused on creating compact mixed use units, and the foreground retail, commercial, and then 4 short or long-term residential units upstairs, and they'll consist of independent parcels. The reason why we did that, or why we're proposing that, is primarily we could do a condo project, but it's such a small project for 4 units. It was based on some of the advice from our real estate attorney, and the fact of creating independent parcels will allow the owners to have clear, definite maintenance agreements and easements, cross easements, because they'll be sharing parking, they'll also be sharing driveways and so forth. So and the alleyways. So that's primarily why we were proposing this method. That's also, I use this method also because there was a project on Poplar Street, which is actually, it was a zoned R2 project, and they parceled out on each parcel, let me get this straight, each parcel was 50 by 100, a standard lot, or maybe a little bit more, and they made them 2 independent parcels on 2 separate lots, so you have a total of 4 parcels, and I forget the address, I think it's on 600 block of Poplar, so I don't know if you're familiar with that. Commissioner Conway, you live close to that, so I drive by it all the time because I take my business down there. So anyway, we provide 8 on-site parking spots, which is we aren't asking for a parking exception. We believe we're pretty compatible with the architectural styles in the area, and then we also have something we call the walk store, and it's basically I wanted to demonstrate hopefully it'll demonstrate to the commission that this is a very walkable project, and since it's located centrally in the downtown area, it's close to everything, and so it won't really have any appreciable effects on traffic impacts.
Next slide. We can go to the next slide. You guys know where it is. And you guys already saw it, so we can go to the next slide. And that's waste of time. So just going over some of the opportunities. Again, we feel that this project will increase local and visitor foot traffic. It's going to support businesses locally because primarily it's going to improve the commercial gateway into downtown Bay. And we feel, in my personal opinion, I feel that there's a need for more downtown commercial space, close to high traffic areas, so walkable traffic areas, like the church, like right here, the Boys and Girls Club, along with Cunha, and throughout that sort of node of transportation area, along with all bus stops. Plus, we feel that one of the things that helps the community is to improve, have more employment opportunities for local residents, and then new businesses for our visitors. So I'm going to go to the next slide. So in summary, we feel that the project's going to utilize the parcel by incorporating multiple uses and allow for owners or new owners or users to have their own independent space. And that's primarily what we're focused on. Also, the project is going to, we feel, has the ability to enhance culturally and commercial activities in the area. There may be a possibility of, if an owner, we may buy that, we may retain one of those parcels. We haven't determined that yet, but there may be a mural on that side, on the western face, to add more light. There's a lot of possibilities. So, and then also, we're focusing on adding more small businesses so they can create opportunities again for local citizens. So that's kind of our premise. So, any questions? Next slide. This question.
Any questions of the applicant?
Oh, by the way, I have our architect, Steve Benzing, he's here in the audience to answer any questions on design.
So, I'm the commander on design. Looks like a great project. Is your house the one that looks like this on 301 Church? Is the neighboring house?
Yeah, we built that.
Similar design.
Yeah, it's similar, but a little different. Yeah.
So it's sort of in keeping with the design. The only question, this is for commercial real estate or commercial space. You're not expanding any kind of retail business here. It's just professional law firm, development companies, something like that.
It can be retail, primarily like a gallery or something like that. Visitor serving component, and it could be a service business as well. Based on the code, the commercial downtown code, we're just in keeping with that use, those uses.
And there's you can't combine the retail space downstairs. You couldn't turn it into one solid space for these because of the design, I assume.
It's really up to it depends. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but in reality, it probably won't happen. There's a possibility of that, but that's probably unlikely.
So it's not a load-bearing wall. It's a load-bearing wall that separates the two structures, I assume.
Yeah, but you can engineer a way of making that work. So that's a possibility, but it's probably unlikely. So.
Are you doing anything with the area in the back? It's going to be just pavement. You're not using any kind of natural materials to absorb groundwater or anything like that.
We engineered it just to do pavement, and then we provided. I don't have the sills complete yet, but we're working with the staff on that. There's a possibility of that, but we do have the drainage plan complete to some extent, but we have to firm that up. So there's a possibility.
If you don't mind, I'd just like to ask a question.
Sure, John.
We're starting to get into the details of the project, and I think the first question is the sort of subdivision of the property. If that was not approved, would you then still do this project?
We'd have to reevaluate it, in all honesty.
Are there any
At
questions?
some point, well, I guess we need to discuss, I want to
Yeah.
hear more from the applicant and the public.
Right, just ask, this is, okay, time to ask the applicant questions. Any other?
Yeah, through the chair. Mr. Jeffs, what is the purpose of the breezeway, for lack of a better term?
To create, the separation, well, it's to create separation to allow passive light to come into the interior units primarily.
Okay, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah, because.
Also for disabled.
And it's also for disabled access for ADA compliance for the commercial case, for the commercial ADA parking spot in the back.
I believe in the documentation, I can't find it right now, but I saw something that referred to bioswales. Is that for real? I mean, just because I don't see it on the drawing.
Yeah, we're incorporating that in the front area. I don't have that plan with me, but I can get that to you for review. But yeah, we're trying to incorporate some of those. It's a small version, but primarily in the front.
So between the sidewalk and the curb? Or?
Yeah, in small areas there. I know it's really limited in area, but.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have existing street trees, you're not
Yeah,
gonna want to put.
yeah, we're gonna protect those as well, yeah.
It's hard to put in a bioswale, you know, that might be 2
Yeah.
feet by 2 feet up against an existing street tree. I wasn't sure, because it's not shown on the plan, so I wasn't sure if something was happening along the back, or.
Yeah, there's back, front area, actually, there's sorry, I didn't get my plan out. Okay, my plan.
It's in the little planting area on Church.
Yeah, there's a planning area on the front, and sort of entry for the vehicular access in the back, on the right-hand side, or on the south side. That's gonna be kind of the primary area for the swales.
Yeah, southwest corner.
Yeah.
There's a planting area that shields the parking lot slightly from Church Street.
Well, I mean, I also know the plans that are proposed, and I've never seen, in my experience, those are not bioswale plans. Those are landscape plans, and for true bioswales that actually have, to function as a bioswale, it involves different planting types entirely. I'm curious, I mean, I see in the revised rendering that we received today that you've done some treatment to the western facade. And, I appreciate the economy of only designing one building rather than designing, and placing two copies of it. But I'm curious why you chose not to have it face church, or really acknowledge the corner, the gateway, because it's a pretty blank facade even with the proposed modifications to that western facade.
Primarily, if you reference the site plan, we're limited from the standpoint of, we decided it would be better on Kelly primarily because it was commercial facing, number one. Number two, the site with the easement kind of gave us a little bit of issue in the back from a parking perspective. And so we felt it was more appropriate to have that commercial face Kelly, since it's primarily it would be appropriate and compatible with the other properties on the site, on that area. So that's why.
We're not quite in discussion time yet, but there's a lot of things that are really great about this project. I mean, there's some you know, mixed use in the downtown core is just, you know, yay. You know, we you know, more of that in our community is really, and, you know, as somebody who lives in the downtown area, I love it. I'd love to see more people living in downtown because you're right, it is a really walkable community. I wouldn't, you know, you slide a few back where you talk about all the advantages of the mixed use facility. I couldn't disagree with any of those, so I really, I really applaud your efforts in that respect.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I'm assuming from the drawing you gave us that the downstairs ceiling is 10 feet and the upstairs ceiling is
8.
Flat. This is the flat ceiling upstairs.
At this time, yes.
Okay, if there are no more questions of the applicant, we'll open the public part of the meeting, and I do have some ring sheets. So please, when you get up there, state your name and your address and love.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Ed Love. I'm an architect here in Half Moon Bay with an office at 720 Mill Street. I see some fresh faces on the commission. Hello, John. Congratulations. Good to see you there. I'm also a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee. And one of the goals of the advisory committee, or the new general plan, is to get a lot of people downtown. And Mr. Conroy just mentioned that just a second ago. It's really important to have people in urban areas that live there, that walk on the streets, that keep the place lively even after hours. And that's, you know, one of the goals of the general plan, and this project certainly fulfills that. I reviewed the plans and the 56-page staff report and the story polls. From an urban point of view, as we've said, it's a great, great project. And from an architectural point of view, I think it's also very excellent. They've broken the building up into 2 smaller buildings, which really helps the scale and the massing of the building from an architectural point of view. The Mediterranean style, the detail of the balconies and the awnings and the railings, I think are very nice, very much in keeping. And very often we see commercial projects with great big plates of glass along the street. And the architect has been very good at broken those up to smaller windows in keeping with the scale and breaking the scale down and getting it into a more human level. So I strongly hope that the commission will approve the project as soon as possible, and it'll be a great asset to downtown Half Moon Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Nancy Forath.
Ford, like the car.
Okay, please, Ford, okay? Could you
Yeah.
please go and my apologies. And state your name for the record and your address.
I give my name and address. My name is Nancy Ford, and we have a business basically next door to this project. My main concern is that when they put the last place in, they used our property, dug it up, shut off our electricity. We've been there 30-something years. Nobody has ever done that. And I'm very concerned. They act like we don't even exist there. We're big trucks closing the street. So when the school put everything in, we didn't have any of those problems. So this is not that big of a project. I don't know why they have to be on our property to do it. And so I would really like to see that this is not done again. Digging up our property, shutting off our electricity. Cunha never did any of this. That's a big project right across the street. 30-some years, we've never had anybody do that. The trucks blocking the street, the customers thought we were closed and wouldn't come in. That's not the way you do it. They're parked up and down, out of the way. Most of the time, you don't know who's building what. It's very quiet. Not this last one. And I don't want to see this going again, where our customers can't even get in. Our electricity is just shut off willy-nilly. Our sidewalks dug up. The street filled with trucks and construction. If you're doing construction, park some around the corner. That's what they've done, you know, we never know anything going on. This is crazy. And people think, oh, you're closed because you're under construction. They park the trucks in front of our building. So I'm upset about that part. That's what I'm upset about. You want to build something, fine. Stay to your property. Don't Cunha didn't close the street. People wouldn't come in, they thought everything was closed down. So customers couldn't eat. They were sawing over the top, painting the cars. I don't want to see that again. I don't want to see that. We've had the place next door, Cunha. Nobody's ever been a problem. 30-something years. Every place there has been remodeled. Never have a problem. This is the first time when our business is acting like it's an advocate to whatever their building project is. We're a nothing. And so that's why we're here, is they sort of rode over the top of us. And we couldn't even get many days we didn't have customers come in because they were sure we're closed and under construction. Everything blocking the street. So I really, you know, if Cunha doesn't have that problem, I don't know why for one little property they would have this kind of a problem. You know, we've had places next door, behind it, Cunha. You don't even know they're carrying on most of the time. This project was different. They're on our property, digging it up. If there's any reason you need to come onto our property, I'd like to know it now. Thank you. Because I never saw a reason before why they had to be on our property.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bruce, could you maybe enumerate the conditions for construction and perhaps provide Ms. Ford
Yeah, I'd be happy
reports in case that happens?
I'd be happy to. Scott and I met with the gentleman, and we certainly understand why they're frustrated, and if they would have brought those concerns to our attention, we would have sent the building inspector right over there, because we agree those activities aren't supposed to impact the neighboring properties. And Scott has also coordinated with our building inspector, and we mentioned it to the applicant too, that they've had these problems in the past, and that we'll be keeping them kind of a watchful eye on them to make sure they're not impacting the adjoining properties. So we certainly understand their frustrations, and we'll be very responsive and keep an eye on it, and I've also shared that with the inspector.
Thank you, Bruce. Last green sheet I have Eduardo, not sure the last name. Please.
So my name is Eduardo Magaña, and I own the property next to this. I own 515 Church Street, next to, they already developed the house, and then now they want to develop the business. I'm not forcing them not to build it. But I wanna see what they take consideration to what's going on in the area. Like she was saying, we have one case where they come and cut the electrical, and I got to send my employees home and keep the restaurant closed to open, and then call them back later when the power was on. And I feel like they run over me, and I don't want that to happen again. They dig a hole in the front of the restaurant to collect the electrical. They leave a hole in there for 2 or 3 months open. If somebody falls down there, I'm responsible. The city is not gonna give you any money if somebody sue me for falling into the hole. The building next door, I don't think they want to come and say, here's the money. So I have that was one problem. And then when they come and put some concrete on the building, this is on a Saturday. I got a full patio restaurant in the back, full of people. They all was full the concrete, their meals was full, and couple of the cars, they was full the cement, and I had to send them to get detail to clean it, because they was on my property. And I feel I gotta take care of my customers, even if it costs me money. But those things are not for me to be paying for something like that. I do a few lunches to the people who were there. I had to buy the tickets and make them to go inside and get another meal and drinks. Is their employee, they supposed to be watching what's going on with it. They supposed to know what they're doing. Anyway, the guy who was doing the concrete work, I went to them and he come back and start talking to the people, and later they come to pay those bills. But why I get to worry for somebody building next to me? I got a few trucks park on the front of the restaurant is not big. So as soon as they park in there, they think I am on construction, I'm the business myself. So the restaurant with employees and no customers. I've been there for almost 30 years, I never had a problem. So that costs me money. That construction, believe it or not, I figure it cost me like minimum $30,000 and losing business for lunch. So to me, that's a lot of money. And I don't want to see that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you for, okay, I think it's time to bring it back to the commission. And we have, I think, several things we need to consider. So there's the zoning code conforming, the general plan, land use design, and the subdivision ordinance. So we'll leave somebody to start the discussion. Commissioners.
Through the chair, just a quick question for staff. I noticed that the way the conditions of approval were arranged and broken out was a little bit different than it has been in previous projects that I've seen. And just as an observation, it's helpful and very, very concise. One of the items that I've never seen before were consolidated in this way was the, I guess on page 17 going to page 18, where you identify the construction notice, the construction coordinator, the telephone contact, and the construction coordinator log. Are those typical, or were those in response to issues that have been raised about adjacent properties being affected?
Yes, Commissioner Conroy, the change in the format of the conditions of approval, we recently implemented a sort of the different standard conditions of approval. And the conditions, the draft conditions for this project have, we've modified the standard conditions to be specific to the project. So the one that you're referencing is one of the standard, our new standard conditions of approval.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Any other? Yeah, I guess with that line, I too read through the conditions, and I know some of this is boilerplate, but for example, I think I asked you a question upon lighting of monopole, number 10 on page 9, what that was referencing, and also on page 11, number 6, the affordable housing in lieu of fee. Can you maybe amplify on those conditions in this report?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair. Yes, those two conditions that you reference are not specific to this project and will be struck for the before signing the final resolution.
Are there any other things that will be struck that we should know about? Those?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So should we talk about the parcel map and the exemption first? Any issues on that? Creating 4 separate parcels to allow the construction of 4 unit mixed PDUs. Anybody want to talk on that issue?
Sure. I'll say right up front that I'm having a really hard time with making the finding for the subdivision exception. I don't know if I agree with the analysis that when I see the text here, the pattern of development of neighbors. To find an exception, we need to identify that there are special circumstances or conditions that are preventing the owner, the developer, from fulfilling his rights to his property, his or her rights to their property. And just looking at the map that Scott referenced on Figure 1, from the second page of the staff report, if that green square is bisected into 2, it seems like it's going to be the exact same. It's going to leave 2 50 by 100-foot lots, which seem to match nearly every other lot on that block and on some of those adjacent blocks. And I'm if there's a different way to approach this, then help me out. But I'm not seeing how not a lot by preventing the owner from being able to split this into 4 narrower lots is necessary for his fulfillment of the property in such a way that the adjacent parcels aren't.
Mr. Chair, if you like, I'd be happy to comment on that. You're certainly focusing in on the critical finding, and in other situations where we've recommended similar lot size variance, there has been a prevalent pattern. We think in these cases, though, it's kind of a subjective case where you you have the ability to make the finding based upon these things that are embodied in the project. For example, it's compact urban development along the lines that you folks have just indicated. And so if you feel comfortable making that determination, that can be a basis for finding that there are unique circumstances associated with this exception, because that justifies the end, the means justifies the ends in finding that it is consistent with the overall look of downtown and that it is compact. But we totally agree that is the issue that we've asked you to focus on. But there are, we believe you can make a basis for approving this if you find that it is in the interest of urban development, compact development.
So it's, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's an issue of prioritization, right? I mean, if that's what you're saying. If the goal, which is part of our downtown specific plan, and as part of our general plan, is to promote a compact, walkable urban core, then that is a high enough goal that it precedes it takes precedence over the special circumstances or conditions.
Absolutely. It's a very subjective condition, but the planning commission can make that determination. That's why it's in front of you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I appreciate that. I have to. I appreciate that. That's helpful. Thank you.
Tom, can you help me understand your concern with splitting up the lot this way?
Sure. When it comes to a finding for an exception or a finding for a variance, that we have, ultimately the planning commission makes that determination. But there is specific language within the municipal code that, and it's the first chunk that finding under subdivision exception is just taken from that code, that we have to find that there is something special about this parcel that in a way forces our hands to make that determination. That if this parcel were, somewhere else, or there's something specific about this corner lot at Church Street that allows us to look past the rules, the specific requirements of the section of code, to say no, but in this case, because of specific things related to this lot, we can make this exception. It's not, and maybe our city attorney can state this in a more concise rather than rambling fashion, but that exceptions and variances are not, they're not precedent. Just because we may find that exception for these two parcels to be able to divide up before, the neighbor can't say, well, they did. That there's specific aspects to that specific parcel that drive the determination of whether there's an exception or not exception, or a variance or a not variance. Ish.
I think Commissioner Conroy has done a good job of explaining what's required under the finding. And I do think that, if the city establishes a precedent of granting exceptions throughout a specific neighborhood, maybe the downtown specific plan area, and, if there's a pattern of exceptions granted, then you do begin to merge into an argument that there are certain special circumstances existing here where you would
be qualified to grant an exception. But generally, under state law, exceptions and variances are supposed to be granted in unique situations where there are specific situations on a property that compromise its ability to be developed in a way that similarly zoned properties are developed.
I'd be happy to add to that, Mr. Chair. One of the other things that we were interested in when we meet with applicants, they said, yeah, we understand that they could have done a bigger plate format of development that might fit in, but really, in getting at what is the need and what we were hearing, what we've been hearing through the general plan update process, is that people prefer to see more diverse housing types, and this is what that's getting at. And that's what we heard in the housing element that, you know, you've heard it over and over and over again, is that there's a demand for this kind of format of development in unique housing types. And we thought that that was an overarching need or justification, if you will, to support this kind of development.
Do you want to?
I'm the last one,
So I find it difficult for me because we are kind of confusing the building itself and how the building looks and the scale of the building with the need to subdivide the property. And I understand that with our current kind of zoning ordinance regulations, it's difficult to finance projects like this. And we don't have tonight the way to say, to change our ordinances, to do the feasibilities that would work correctly, to do these 4 units or 5 or 6 units on this property. It's just, there's parking regulations, there's all kinds of regulations that get in the way of that. And so it's kind of like by having 4 separate parcels, it's kind of like the employees own Walmart. You know, we're starting to parcel down the size of the city lots so that there's more individual ownership, and that's a way to finance projects like this. The flip side of that coin that's difficult for me is that in these commercial spaces down, and I'm a big fan of the mixed use. I own a mixed use building in town. I did it 20 years ago. You know, it's a real success story for this town. The challenges with the commercial spaces, these little 500 square foot spaces downstairs, is when they're in separate ownership like that, that pretty much seems to me limits the overall future flexibility of this building. To ever have those property owners agree on some kind of change would seem to be impractical. So that, I think, is where it gets kind of complicated, where if this is a less parceled up development, that wouldn't happen. Like you had the question about, could the commercial spaces join? Well, it's unlikely. And it's, and these are, you know, in reality, 2-bedroom houses with a kind of a living room downstairs that's maybe a little office for somebody or something like that. You know? So, and they're great locations for residences. So that's all really good. It's hard for me to understand how this is looked at as an infill lot. It's a corner lot. It's not sandwiched in a block of other properties. So and to do I say Tom or Mr. Conner? How do I? If it's a financing mechanism, and if we don't have to make an exception, and there's just 2 lots, and it doesn't change the design of the buildings, that's an easier decision to make. And so I don't have a yes or no for any of this. It's just, it seems like it's a really difficult position for all of us to be in with this particular project. To ask to do these 4 lots that face Kelly Avenue as though Kelly Avenue were the commercial core. It's a corner lot, and the building really is, even though it's 2 buildings, and I agree with Ed that the scale and proportion is nice, you know. And we save later to talk about the style. That's not what we're talking about right now. So it's an awkward decision for me to say, to make this 4 separate lots is the only choice for this applicant. And I don't know if they can talk about I mean, and I think it's a great financing mechanism. I can understand that.
I think the issue that we're getting at though is that the financing mechanism isn't a special circumstance or condition. The financing may be necessary for the preservation and enjoyment and development of the project. But it's not hitting that special circumstance yet in my head.
So, I'm not the expert on subdividing lots, but the thing that strikes me about this particular project when you look at Kelly, what makes it unique in my mind, is if you look at Cunha, as it faces Kelly, if you look at the gymnasium that we just approved, if you look at the church, it's kitty corner, all of these properties substantially face Kelly. And so what I think that is something that adds to this significant street. This is the main drag that you go east to west in town, and I think it really contributes to the character of the downtown area by facing Kelly, and it contributes to the walkability, and it promotes the idea that, hey, there's actually something over here, which I think is one of the problems we have with some of the businesses along Kelly is you don't actually know there's something there. So from an aesthetic perspective and a functional perspective, I think my sense is that it actually fits in with what's already happening with the major structures along Kelly. And to orient it 90 degrees the other way wouldn't necessarily work and contribute to that aesthetic.
I don't think we were talking about reorienting the building.
We're just splitting it up, though, right? Yeah.
Well, it's, how did this become one parcel? I didn't ask that question to staff. I mean, has this always been 3 50 by 100 foot parcels? And the house that's, the new house that's right next door, was that on its own 50 by 100? And so now this is 2 parcels?
Yeah.
That's going to be redone into 4 parcels? Is that what this is?
It's only 1 parcel.
So 3 or 4 years ago, this was 1 square parcel and 1.
Correct.
How did the parcel get created that the residence that's there now?
It was already there.
So, okay, so there was
purchased. It was already there.
So there were sort of 2 separate properties.
Yeah, it's 2 agents. Yeah, 2 SME. Yeah.
And I understand the complications of when there's not separate ownership, then there's sort of subdivision mapping regulations when you have this. Like if you had 1 parcel with 2 residences, you know, it's kind of a condominium, and it gets to be a mapping question. But I don't know that changes. Well, so I'm still struggling. I'm sorry to waffle back and forth with the commission. Kind of, I hear what Tom's saying about, how do we?
I think the staff certainly laid out what the things we need to ask ourselves. Of course, that said, excuse me, I think there's another broader aspect over here, and that's downtown. And we've heard the issues, I think how our general plan and how everybody else here thinks that we'd like a downtown to be compact, have both commercial, residential places for people to walk and so on. And I think, in fact, I would like to have these problems come up over and over again. I mean, I think from at least my view, I'd much rather see projects like this where we have commercial, residential, condos, apartments, rather than maybe one big block built on that property. If you look just east of that, there's just I think 1 block, large block with several stores on that. If you look to the south, there's a single residential home there, which, I mean, it's a nice house, but to me, if we're looking for the downtown to be more of a compact smaller lots in order to develop either condos or some way that people can have ownership. I mean, the alternative being to have one big property where it could be owned by 4 people, which is, I guess, the way condos work. Or this, where we have 2 and 2, in effect, they're condos. So the question to me is, just because the lot size was 100 feet and 50 feet is a standard, I think it's that because of the historical nature of downtown. It's not what we're seeing, and I think not what I'm hearing people like to see downtown to be. That said, we certainly have an opportunity with the LCP to make even more changes here. Are we setting a precedent here? Maybe. I mean, if there's another corner 1 or 2 blocks up, somebody wants to do a similar type of project, are we going to say no because it's on a different block? If it meets the criteria of a compact, well-designed downtown that has residential, commercial, easy walking distance and so on. I think those are things we need to talk about. Now, the A, B, and C, they're broad. I mean, you know, words like if there are special circumstances over here, is it necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of the owners, or granting this exception will not be detrimental to the public interest. We can find almost any project, and we can fit A, B, or C. I mean, if we feel one way or the other. So I guess my question here is, you know, does this project and the way it's divided do something positive for downtown Appaloo Bay? I mean, my opinion, it does, and based upon what I'm hearing from others, this is the way you kind of like to see downtown develop. Now, this is not a project I'd like to see on Main Street per se, although a corner of Main Street, going down one side streets, because of the fact that these are fairly small commercial units, but I certainly think they fit well for certain types of commercial activities, whether it's an accountant, an attorney, a psychologist, or so on. I mean, it certainly can fit in that kind of an operation. And again, having people live and work downtown, I think is something that at least I'd like to see more of going forward. So I think a project like this, where, it may not set the precedent, I think will give other people some optics to say, hey, this is something we can do downtown, and it will be positive to Appaloo Bay because people are closer to where they work, closer to amenities, transportation, so kind of that's the way my thinking is. And does it meet the standards of granting an exception? I think you read A, B, and C. I think you fit almost anything into those categories. The question is, do we want to make that the determination here, or do we think there's going to be something detrimental going down the road if we grant this exception in this case?
Les, you raised a couple interesting points. One that I think might begin to help me at least get over the special circumstance issue. But first we should say that if somebody down the street, if this project does get approved and somebody down the street proposes the same thing, we of course, it's not a, we will approve that potentially on its own merits. Now that this is a precedent. But I wonder, and maybe staff can help, if the fact that this parcel was originally subdivided based on an approach to subdividing lands that does not necessarily reflect the goals of our downtown specific plan. And so can we make a finding in that way that originally the way the project was originally subdivided doesn't reflect our current goals, therefore the exception is valid?
I can let Bruce speak as well, but a couple of thoughts I had while you've been discussing is that the subdivision standards are applied on a citywide basis. And the lots are required to comply with them regardless of where they're located. In this case, the project is located in the downtown specific plan in an infill area. It might not be a lot that's sandwiched between two other developments, but it is within a urbanized core of the city. It's a larger lot within the downtown specific plan, and as you suggest, is somewhat incompatible with other lots in the area and the general vision of the specific plan and the general plan for development of this area. So those raise some special circumstances for this lot that don't necessarily apply to other lots in the city and in the commercial district zone. So that might give you some food for thought in your discussion as to the findings.
I agree with Lauren.
So I'm understanding this the right way. Whatever we decide about how this parcel gets, if we make whatever language of exceptions to make smaller parcels, that doesn't necessarily set a precedent that we're bound to for the.
No, absolutely not. No.
And it's okay when the mom says mom's got to go with it. Is that not like that?
You deal with it on a case-by-case basis, and they're all different projects and there are unique circumstances to everyone. There are no two that are the same, as you folks know. So that doesn't obligate you to continue to do that again if you find that it's different. And as Lauren indicated, this is downtown, the specific plan area. Far different than, say, for example, a residential zone. We'd be more protective of residential neighborhoods for compatible development.
So procedurally, if this got approved, the subdivision of the 4 parcels, as you go forward with the project, is that map filed before you file for a building permit? And then what happens if something changes and whatever changes and ownership changes or some other plan needs to come forward if they want to recombine parcels? Is there a complexity with what happens if it doesn't go forward the same way? How does that procedurally work out?
They'd have a tentative map, a tentative parcel map, and then they need to provide the improvement plans, or post a bond for the improvement, and then record the final map, kind of on a parallel track. They could also submit their plans for the buildings. We normally, when it involves a parcel map, withhold the building permit until the subdivision is completed. So technically, yeah, they would be on their way with 4 separate lots, and they could build them with the plans that they submitted, if they submitted building permit plans.
And if they decided to subdivide it into 4 lots and not do the buildings and just sell the lots,
Technically, they'd be able to do that, yes.
and then we'd be looking at maybe 4 different separate projects coming forward.
Conceivably, but they would have the look of this project entitled. So the coastal development permit for this project that's presented here would be entitled. So the building that's represented here would be theoretically buildable if they submitted plans in accordance with this permit.
but there would be 4 individual parcels, and those individual owners could decide to do something else if they wanted to.
They would trigger another, a subsequent review if it's not substantially in conformance with this approval. Yes, we make them get another coastal development.
They'd have to come back to us and say, you know, this is what we want to do, and we could say no because it doesn't conform. I mean, that's those are options we have in that case. I mean, I'm not sure we can do this conditional upon the building and the subdividing lots. Is that an option?
Like I indicated before, this project, the subdivision is entitled with the building and the use permit went with it, so they're all linked. The approvals linked together. Conceivably, they could subdivide the parcel, but the approval for the buildings needs to substantially conform with what was approved here or submit another application.
Chair, we are approaching our 10:30 default close time if we don't extend the time period.
Well, since I'd like to get through with this today, I think we can do it fairly expeditious time, but just in case, why don't I put a motion before to extend our time till 11 o'clock?
I will second that motion.
And if that's the case, do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we're not putting this on, okay. All right, so let's, I mean, this is the primary issue is the subdividing the lots. And I guess if we need some determination, I'm not sure whether we should take separate votes on this and then go through the other ones, or all at once.
I wondered if we table the discussion of the subdivision exception for now and allow it to, tumble around our brains and cover any of the other issues that we may have. I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 approvals or entitlements that we need to address on this project. The coastal development permit is fairly straightforward. I don't know if there's any objections to that. Frankly, it seems like we're all on the mixed commercial, mixed use, or on board with the mixed use use permit. So I don't see that as a stumbling block, but jump in if you disagree. The downtown specific plan, I think the project is pretty clearly works with the downtown specific plan. I just wonder if there's one specific, I think it's the last sentence in the downtown specific plan. It's not in here, but in our downtown specific plan has a section that refers specifically to this parcel. And it notes that it is essential that whatever use is approved, that it includes sufficient off-street parking. And I would recommend that we add that specific language into our findings just to strengthen its connection to the downtown specific plan. It's close, but I'd like I wonder if staff could specifically insert that into the findings. I think that's in section 5.3 of the downtown specific plan.
If I could add, we did include language on that within the findings on page 6, mentioning that off-street parking is sufficiently provided for.
Okay.
But we can certainly add additional language on that.
I just wonder if we could. I mean, I know it's there, but to specifically note that it's in conformance with that aspect of the downtown specific plan, I think would be helpful. Just for me. we're all working.
Okay, the next one is the architectural site design. Any strong issues on that?
Yes. So, there's parts of the, well, first of all, the design of the inside of the building works pretty well. It's pretty clever. How do you fit all these onto small parcels? That works pretty well. I don't want you to take offense to my language with this, but most of the buildings in that area are not this style of building. They're, just sort of false front, flat roof buildings, and it's a particular style that is, well, there's an eclecticism to the coast side. I hear everybody say when we come here, it's so different. And it's not that it's unique, it's just kind of different. And some of that is because through time, different businesses were developed at different times. So that's why there's all these different styles. But in this particular block of Kelly Avenue, most of the buildings are not this hip roof style building. Yeah. And then this, I'm going to call it, just for a lack of a better word, San Jose Taco Bell Spanish. And I don't mean that to be in a negative way. Because it's not the Spanish like you'd see in Spain. It's not that, and it's not the mission style Spanish that the Catholic Church is. That across the street, the church is a gable roof, not a hip roof, and there aren't overhangs, and it's because of construction practicalities in the time frame when those buildings were built. So I think we might want to have you consider the massing of the building isn't going to change, whether it's a hip roof or a gable roof or just a flat roof. And so we might want to consider buildings with a little less complexity to them. Most of the other buildings in this area are fairly simple and fairly plain, and all kind of a boxy style. So I think we should consider that. And upstairs in this building, to have an 8-foot ceiling with that large of a living room, I think it's going to feel kind of squishy. I don't think a height restriction is an issue here. The building next door, the Mercantile building, is higher. The middle school across the street is higher. So there could be more interior space that looks nicer there. The decks on the front of the building are decorative right now. You have the building set back a couple of feet from the property line on Kelly. And those decks, if you want to, the engineering is not that difficult to have them a little bit bigger. You could actually go out on those decks. So it could be a 4 or 5 foot deck, and that would add a functionality to those decks. With the wall that faces Cunha School on the Church Street wall, although I appreciate what you have sent us that's a little bit more articulated style, I don't think it changes much how that's going to look. Adding the windows to the office space limits the interior use of that space, and adding the sort of decorative grill along the back doesn't change really the scale of the building. I'll bring this up now because we're going to run short of time. I think the parking lot of Cunha's Grocery has this big, long, flat, expansive wall, and almost everybody that comes to town stands in front of that mural and gets their picture taken. It's great. And so this is also maybe an opportunity, this wall that faces Cunha, to do some kind of mural. Now the risk with that is, what if it's lousy? When you do a mural that's not going to be maintained. So I think it's a potential for your project, rather than putting in construction requirements of articulation and details. There may be the possibility of doing, and And a suggestion that came up to me, and I wasn't talking about this project specifically, was that but this would be a great application for that, is the potential to do either painted or, I'm not telling you how to do it, large-scale photo print things that's a historical commentary on the downtown of Half Moon Bay. I mean, it's a great opportunity to do something like that. This is done all over the world using graphics to change the appearance of the building or to portray a story or something like that. If we want to consider that, that may also be something that's a condition that we would have, how that looks, come back to us so that it kind of makes it easier for all of us. And I would strongly want to suggest looking at not doing this particular kind of roof line. In my own practice, I'm reluctant. I took a piece of flimsy out because it's what I do as problem pictures. Laid it over your drawings and did a little sketch of what that would look like. I'm reluctant to bring it out because it's not my job to suggest how you could do things. But it is also a look of that whole area of the town that might be worth looking at. So probably want to maybe talk more about that, but I don't want to take all our time. So just to summarize, I don't see this, what you're calling Spanish, necessarily the right solution for the building design. And it's really the roof shapes.
Yeah, I would there's some aspects of the overall massing that I think really work. I mean, it's a tall building right at the corner. It's not set back oddly, but the roof kind of it detracts from the impact that whether it's a parapet or some sort of articulation would have. And this is a really important site. I mean, it's essentially a gateway into downtown, and it doesn't really acknowledge that to me. Whereas a mural artwork or some really distinctive aspect of the western facade may make it more of an icon for its site, for Half Moon Bay overall. I question those concrete balusters, the scale of those on the second floor balconies. I don't know if those were cast concrete, but it didn't occur to me until John mentioned it. But making those functional balconies is a really would really facilitate the interaction with that second floor down to the ground level. One thing that really bothers me, and I think this is probably a pretty simple fix, is that these two buildings are separated by 6 feet, and they have windows that are directly opposite. So, that's closer than you and me right now. We could be looking into each other's living rooms. I think that's, the sight lines and view lines from those windows are one of those important things that we have to take into consideration, and staggering those views, because you don't necessarily want to be looking in your neighbor's living room while you're making dinner, or anything else for that matter.
Is there an option to have frosted glass or something like that?
That's an option, but it's not. It's not called out as such on the plan. I mean, sure, it's just something that would bother me about that. It doesn't. It's as if the house, the adjacent property, wasn't even there. It doesn't really react to the other building.
Chair. You know, I'm not sure really where the Planning Commission's headed to, but if you think that there's a chance that you'd like the applicant to study some of your comments and come back with some revised designs, we can certainly continue this and with some specific direction for them to consider in terms of design revisions. And I'm not sure where everybody's headed to yet.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we act as ARC, the Architectural Committee, where we see something that's egregious or something that's should be forcefully changed or not compatible. I think we have an obligation. But I mean, I'm looking at these rendering of these things, and I'm picturing in my mind what's there right now. And if you look to the south, there is a Spanish-style building with a red roof. Right next to that, there's a restaurant. You go across the street, you have an elementary school. If you look to the north, weird buildings, I think what you're going to see this corner is probably a lot more attractive than anything that we have there now. The fact that the roof is not a very steep pitched roof, I don't think that's necessarily bad given this location, given the way downtown looks. In terms of architectural features, to have a balcony wider that overlooks Kelly. If we will add a few square feet, I mean, I do like the architectural feature itself, whether it's functional or not. You know, to me that's not an issue. I also like the idea of having the skylights, at least the way they're rendered on the drawings. You know, if 8-foot ceilings, 9-foot ceilings, 10-foot ceilings, our goal is not to design the building. I think our goal is to make sure it fits within the area. There's not something egregious, you know, with that building in terms of the way it should be built or shouldn't. Again, looking at these pictures, looking at an empty lot right now, looking at buildings behind it, in front of it, to the side of it, to me this is a very significant improvement. And you know, I don't think we want to make things exactly the same. I think if they kind of fit broadly the area that they're in, the stucco and the tile roof kind of thing, which we see on the church, on the school. I mean, they have some of the same design elements. I mean, in my mind, that fits the term compatible with the neighborhood. So I mean, that's the way I'm looking at this. I mean, I don't think we necessarily want to tell the developer they should have 12-foot ceilings, cathedral ceilings. You know, to me, that's not our purview as far as the building itself. I mean, if there's something wrong with an 8-foot ceiling, I agree we should say 8-foot doesn't work here for reasons A, B, or C. But I think we're looking at the overall buildings itself, trying to figure out whether they are compatible with the neighborhood in terms of other things. And I mean, if there's something that certainly would improve it significantly, I think we have an obligation to tell the applicant. So I think that's the way I view the purview of the Planning Commission, acting both as planning commissioners and as the Architectural Review Commission. So that's my view going forward on this. I mean, I think it's a attractive design. looking at the neighborhood itself, I think it would be a very positive addition to that corner. As far as having a mural there, you know, it's 3 blocks from, or 2 blocks from Main Street. And people driving up that street, do you really want them to stop, get out, and look at that? If this was a big shopping area with a courtyard, I can certainly see a historical mural. I'm thinking about downtown San Mateo, where the movie house is, the courtyard, and they show pictures of what San Mateo looked like at the turn of the century, where people can stop and walk. I'm not sure you necessarily want this here, unless it did have those same amenities where people would walk and stroll and look around. So those were my views on some of the comments that I've heard. So I think we need to decide whether we think that we should approve their architectural design, or whether we think there's something significantly wrong that we should ask for change.
The only other comments I had on the design, there are certainly some things where you put the parking in the back. You've had some thoughtfulness with hiding that from view, so we don't see a big parking garage in front of it. It's a reasonable retail space. I'm not sure where you're going with the box comment, John. I think it's not so boxy on the face, and I like it that way. I think I'm not sure if you're trying to get to more of a boxy design or not, but I was trying to figure out what struck me as not quite fitting. The balcony is something where it's not a functional balcony, and I agree with that. I think it would add to the character of that area, and there are some balconies, not on that street, but one street over, that are functional, and I think it would add significantly to the property. The roof line, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at it, but I don't view it as a major issue. I think it's the only thing that I really had a problem with was the balcony. When I looked at it, it just struck me as phony and fake, and that, I hate to use this term, the Mission Taco Bell style, it contributes to that. It didn't quite fit in with the rest of the property, and a functional balcony would add some depth and character there. So that's really the only element that kind of stood out to me as being really problematic. I agree with your roof idea, it'd probably be better, but I don't know. Don't have a strong opinion on the height of the roof. 9 foot would be better if I lived there. But
yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to architectural review, I think that the projects in the commercial downtown core, this area that represents our community, have to be a little bit more accountable to the surroundings, and there's nothing that's really distinctive about this. It doesn't. I mean, I don't look at this and think Half Moon Bay. It's no. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of buildings around town that I can look at and think, well, that's not Half Moon Bay either. But I recognize it's that collection of different styles that gives us the character that we have. There's just something that's almost too foreign about the low tile roof that concerns me.
There's mostly really good components of this project that I really like. It's just, there's really a lot here. And for me, it's unfortunate that you're choosing to do this particular look of the building. It's hard for me to endorse that look because of the prominence of the corner. I mean, everybody that drives their student to the middle school, everybody that comes into town from Highway 1 comes and stops at that stop sign. And this project is more visible than these drawings show. If you put this more in context with the Mercantile building next to it and how open it is and how visible this is, as well as if you're driving down Church Street, coming north on Church Street. This is very exposed, even more than it shows in this rendering. The house that's next to it, which is new, it's not an old eclectic building like the restaurant. The building, that restaurant has been here 100 years almost, in the old house, a long time. So, and this, from that vantage point, is also really highly visible. So this, it's, and so I know that we're asking for a little, I am saying, it's not going to change the cost of building this project. It's just a little bit of different study of the look of this. I think would get a much broader appeal to the whole coast side. And so that's my position on that. So if tonight, if I had to say, oh, this is good, I couldn't do that. I think there's some refinements to this we can do, but not we, the owner. And so that's just my input from the design review part. And also, if decks are something you go out on here, if they're not completely open like that, if they're closed partway down, then it's a little better visual privacy in the building, and also a little bit of a wind block when you're on those decks. So if it's partly solid and then open a little above with a handle, very, very successful here. And again, that's just a.
Can you amplify that? You're saying something about the balconies. You think they should be?
Well, if it's something, if it's a balcony, you're going to go out and be on that balcony. Then if it's completely open like that, there's a lot of there's no privacy in your house. You're just sort of looking up at everybody that's on that balcony. And so if the guardrail is solid for the first maybe 25 or 30 inches, then there's more privacy from down below. And when you're sitting there, you don't feel like everybody's looking at your feet. And it's also a little bit of a windbreak. But if it's solid all the way up, then it kind of blocks the views from when you're sitting inside. So that's just sort of a technical evolution thing. And it may be that they don't want to do a deck that you go sit on. I don't know if that's a different kind of.
It was never intended to be a deck you sit on.
I understand.
It's meant to be a deck that you stand on, talk to people as you walk by.
Sure.
It was never intended to be a deck, to be large enough. To be large enough to sit on and have a little chair or something, you're going to need 6 or 7 feet. And there's no way the building can accommodate that. So the deck was put up there as a decorative element to break up the facade and to provide a connection with the street for the individuals that are living up there, so that they, as people walk around, can. Also the fact that there's a better view from the second floor. So once again, you open those doors, you take in the outdoors, you're part of the community.
Thank you for the this is among us.
Yes.
So we need to decide if we want to make any specific recommendations,
Well,
or if we want to have them come back, or whether we say the current rendering design basically meets the needs and go on to any of the other conditions.
For my part, I think, based on what we were talking about earlier, I think I could make that finding on the subdivision exception if the language targets the original subdivision of the land, not reflecting the current goals and needs of the city. I'd like to see that language, but I personally can't make the findings for the architectural review. It's too prominent, too important a site that this just isn't clicking. And so I would recommend that we offer the applicant the opportunity to consider taking the comments that he's heard tonight and in conjunction with staff and addressing them as a later date.
I think it's unfair if we don't give them specific guidelines, to be perfectly honest with you. Saying we just don't like it is not, to me, sort of like beauty in the eyes of the beholder. I mean, if we think this is not compatible because of A, B, or C, or we'd like to see X, Y, Z, that's fine. But just to say we don't like it because it's prominent in town and just our image is, I don't think that's our duty here. It's not what we're in effect assigned to in this job. And I also think it's unfair to the applicant.
Well, I mean, I think we've made a number of comments about, particular aspects of the architecture regarding the balcony and the balustrades on the front, the roof line, and the western facade as not really addressing the importance and prominence of the site. It's not. I understand that John may have worked his thought process out visually, but it's not our role to design the building.
Well, but it's also, you're right, it's not our job to design the building, but if we don't like the building or we don't think it fits certain standards, I think it's our obligation to say, this is what we think you ought to do here. Roof-wise, for example, I have no problem with the roof. On the west side of the building, you all think there should be a mural, there should be are there architectural features that that's a gateway going to downtown? Do we give the applicant, once you design a mural on the
No, it's not mural or bust. I think there's a lot of really great things about this project. I think there's some aspects to the skin, to the finishes that don't quite work. I mean, there's trellising placed on that western side, but to what end? Why is that trellising right there? Can we treat that second story window, those second story windows differently? Do those first floor windows need to wrap all the way around and impact the Unit D commercial space?
May I, as we're approaching 11 o'clock, which is our deadline, ask the applicant if we've given him enough feedback? If we push this back to him, do you have enough information or do you need a little more guidance?
We open up the floor to the applicant and let's hear back.
Well, I wouldn't say I have enough information, but I'd say part of the reason why we designed it the way we designed it was we had buildings around, so we didn't want to make too steep of a roof, so we'd allow more light coming into other areas. That was part of our idea, and initially those windows were supposed to be staggered, and we weren't even going to put a balcony over there. But Steve, the architect, calmed me into it, basically. Not calmed me into it, but anyway. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, we have enough we could change the roof, we could do all kinds of fun stuff, but I mean, that just costs time and money. And so, it's not really specific. Was it? I mean, I'm asking you, I don't feel we were given some details, but it wasn't that specific. I mentioned the mural just as an idea, and that was my fault. But I mean, we can do other things there, obviously, and get more creative. We had 5 days to work on that, so I apologize on that. But I would work with the staff on coming up with ideas going forward and come up with an idea to make it work.
the brothers of the commissioners on that? Just redo it and come back and show us again? Is that what you're asking?
I think it's unfortunate that you're behind a project that took a lot of time before you this evening. We're pressed by a time frame here that's a little artificial, and I'm sorry about that. I don't think I'm suggesting if you do a different style of roof, that costs more money in construction of the building. The fact that we're all short on time is a sad thing. But I don't think that because of the visibility of this project, I think all of us want to make sure that it's really a nice home run project that everybody's really excited about. And I think you're really, really close. And you're hearing some feedback that you're not quite there.